And for those of you who are joining us as an attendee or were watching on Emeryville channel 27, the order of tonight's meetings is we're starting with a study session at 5, then a special meeting to do our appointments is going to be at 5:45. Then we will have a successor agency meeting at 7:15. Our regular city council meeting is at 7:16. And then twice. Then we have a special meeting regarding the trees on Horton Street at 8 p.m. tonight. So folks know what to expect. I know we've got at least one applicant for our committees and commissions in the attendees list. Just for your knowledge, we'll begin that meeting at 5:45 at the earliest. Sherry, have you heard from Member Pats about attendance this evening?
I have not.
I just spoke with him. He's just in the middle of home renovation. He'll be right on.
Okay, very good. Well, I don't think it'll hurt to just begin because I've got that little speech I've got to read anyway. So Sherry, when you're ready, just give me the signal and I'll start the study session.
We are ready, thank you.
Okay, good evening everyone. The time by my clock is 5:02 p.m. I'm calling to order this special study session of the City Council of the City of Emeryville. I'd like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference in pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided for under the Governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. During a public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states that the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV channel 27 and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville website at emeryville.org and clicking on Council Agendas and Videos. Once there, you'll see a link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda as well as via e-notification and on social media. So I'll turn it over to the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Pats has not joined us yet. Vice Mayor Donahue.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. And so we're moving on to approval of the final agenda. Do I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Member Bowders and a second by Member Medina. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats, I just brought him in. Let's see, is he on yet? Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Thank you, colleagues. That passes unanimously. Next up, we have ex parte communications. Does anyone have anything to report regarding this item, which is the I-80 Ashby Avenue Interchange Improvement Project status update?
As a representative for the city to the Alameda County Transportation Commission, I have had meetings with ACTC staff, Caltrans, and the city of Berkeley in the past on this item.
Great, thank you, Member Bowders. That'll bring us to public comment. Now's the time for public comment. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9. At At this time, I will ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via the online comment card or whether anyone has raised their hand to be recognized.
No comment cards, but I do see a raised hand among the attendees.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, you will have 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
As everyone here is probably aware, today the COVID state of emergency has been lifted, and the shelter-in-place orders have been rescinded. So my question is, when is City Hall going to be open again? And by City Hall opening, meaning we get to go into City Hall and to the council chambers where there will be meetings held in the council chambers. I want to know when this is going to happen. And I want to know, since the state government said now is appropriate, any day, anytime starting today. So far the city of Emeryville has not taken this up. What are the metrics the city is going to use to determine when to open up City Hall for the People's Hall again? If Sacramento's determination is not good, what is Emeryville's determination going to be? In other words, what are you going to base it on? I hope it won't just be somebody's vague notion of what seems right. I hope there'll be some evidence-based, rational reason. So could you please, for me and everybody else listening, give us an idea about when it's going to open, and if you don't know, what metrics you're going to use to determine when it should be open. Thank you very much.
Staff, can I call on you to provide a brief response to the speaker's questions?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to briefly respond. The city of Emeryville is also complying with Cal OSHA guidelines for workplaces. We understand that Cal OSHA will be meeting on Thursday the 17th to revise its rules, and the likely date those will go into effect is June 28th. We've notified our unions here at City Hall that that is our intended reopening date. With regard to public meetings, the governor's executive order with regard to Brown Act exemptions for virtual meetings has been extended, as we understand it, through September 30th.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Seeing no other hands raised, we will go ahead and close public comment and move on to the study session. We'll go ahead and have staff present on the I-80 Ashby Avenue interchange improvements and project status update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're very excited tonight to be joined by our friends and colleagues from the Alameda County Transportation Commission, who will be making the presentation as they are the project managers. I would like to introduce Joy Sharma, who is the Director of Projects at Alameda CTC, who will introduce the project team and various members who will be making the presentation tonight. Joy, if you would take it from here, please.
Sure, thank you, Christine. Can everybody hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Great. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. So my name is Joy, and I'm here today with our team, Gary Hazing, Deputy Executive Director of Projects, Kanda Raj, ACTC Project Manager, and John Kenyon, TY-Link Design Manager. We are very pleased and honored to provide a quick overview and status update of I-80 Ashby project. So just a quick background on this project, and as we already know, this interchange was originally built in 1950s. An existing configuration is not standard, and interchange upgrades were identified by Caltrans back in 2000. Since then, several studies have been conducted and significant progress has been made. The project got quite a lot of momentum after major BE passed in 2014, with ACTC as a sponsor and lead implementing agency. This is a vital project as it provides opportunity to enhance safety, provide access to east, including to and from Shelldown, and by pedestrian accessibility. And it also modernizes the interchange to be consistent with other interchanges in I-80 corridor. So it brings a lot of benefits to the locals and regional modes of transportation. Next slide, please. So the presentation outline for tonight is as following. We have already done introductions, and we will go over the need and purpose of project, 6 months look ahead schedule, project status updates such as interchange alternatives discussion, bike pedestrian overcrossing alternatives, bike pedestrian overcrossing west conform alternatives, environmental process, timelines, project schedule, and funding discussions. And we will wrap up with questions and answer sessions at the end. Next slide, please. So, as you are already aware, there are several issues with existing conditions, such as the existing interchange is not standard, access from westbound I-80 to Emeryville is forced to use the Powell Street interchange, and there is no direct pedestrian and bicyclist access to the San Francisco Bay Trail from 65th Street or Shelmont Street area. So these are the existing conditions, and as a result, the project purpose is to improve the access and traffic circulation, to improve the safety, and to provide the intermodal connectivity. Next slide, please. So the proposed project is to reconstruct the I-80 Ashby Avenue interchange, realign West Frontage Road and access, introduce new bicycle and pedestrian pathway from 65th Street, Shelmont Street to the San Francisco Bay Trail. Next slide, please. And with this slide, I'll turn it over to John Kenyon, who will take us through the project status and the technical components of the project. John?
Great, thanks, Joy. Can everybody hear me okay? Can I get an acknowledgement of the audio?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So, I'm going to talk a little bit about the project status. This project has started its environmental phase several years ago in 2017. And one of the key things that the project did early on was to make sure that we brought forward the project stakeholders. And so we've had strong city participation from both Emeryville and Berkeley. We hold regular team meetings with city staff so that they're aware of the progress of the project. We've also met with FHWA in regards to the project, and we've held several stakeholder meetings throughout the course of the last 3 and 4 years, including a specific focus group related to bicycle and pedestrian interests. And so we've got strong documentation of our engagement process, which is really important as you're going through the project approval environmental clearance phase. I will point out that Caltrans is both the CEQA and NEPA lead, and we will be following the Caltrans project throughout the course of the project. We've completed several environmental technical studies. These would be things like visual impact assessment, cultural and biological studies, and most of those are well underway and are being completed as we speak. Additionally, several preliminary engineering studies are complete as well, and those are necessary to be able to push the design forward to a point at which the project cost and risk and scope is truly understood. We have completed an alternative screening process that's nearing its completion right now. We just had some meetings in regards to the draft environmental document and the build alternatives that would be carried forward. And the long and the short of it is, since 2017, we've gotten to a point where we're getting ready to circulate the draft environmental document in this fall of 2021 and receive public input at that time. So it's just right around the corner. Next slide, please. So with that, the DED release creates an opportunity for one, the public to comment. Typically about 2 weeks after the release, we hold a public meeting in order to have in-person conversations, so it's hopefully where we'll be at this particular junction. There will be a 45-day circulation period, but basically this whole process is set up to give review comments on the project, not only related to the interchange form itself, but the bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing types. And so as we move forward into the circulation of the draft environmental document, Alameda CTC would certainly appreciate the City of Emeryville Council's adoption to support the position on the draft environmental document as it's released. Being that you're a strong stakeholder here and has contributed substantially to the development of the project, that would be very nice to see the support on behalf of the city. Additionally, we're going to begin design, and that'll be about late 2021. Now, that's kind of dependent upon any comments we might receive on the draft environmental document, but this is our initial target date. Next slide, please. So just stepping back a little bit, when we first started the project, and we're doing some early level screening sensitivity and planning which type of interchange might will suit this location. We had 6 originally. We looked at everything from signals and roundabouts, diverging diamonds, single point diamonds, tight diamonds. And so we made sure that we had enough on the table to pick from as we started to evaluate the traffic operational assessment of the project. and what the key benefits of an interchange form might be. Next slide, please. Just quickly, I'm going to recap some of the steps that we took. So following the Caltrans process, we performed what's called an intersection control evaluation process that quickly weeded out the roundabouts. There was an alternative screening memo which eliminated the diverging diamond because of generally the size of the footprint, the impact adjacent to the bay. The traffic operational analysis really produced a tight diamond form and a single point form that really optimized the traffic within the interchange form itself. We additionally had some concepts in regards to how we conform to the western frontage road, and there was a recommendation to have a T intersection. And so one of the things we're doing with the project is that the overcrossing itself gets substantially elevated, and the western frontage road needs to be slightly realigned, and the T intersection was the preference of the project development team. Next slide, please. Additionally, there was step 2 of the ICE, and we concluded that the tight diamond interchange offered superior multimodal quality of service. So we looked at actual conflict points within the interchange, not only for motorists, but bicycle and pedestrians as well, trying to maintain a high level quality of service. We did perform a value analysis study. Within that study, it concluded that the tight diamond interchange form had higher performance value than the other forms. The PDT then went ahead and evaluated both of those forms, and the PDT ended up selecting a single build alternative for the tight diamond interchange form, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of those benefits to the tight diamond interchange in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So with that, the recommendation was to move forward with eliminating 5 of the alternatives and carrying 1 forward. And this process that we just talked about is going to be documented in the draft environmental document. We've been working closely with Caltrans to make sure that documentation meets expectations. But essentially, we have a discussion about alternatives considered but not carried forward, and that's what you're going to see in the draft environmental document. Next slide, please. So let's just talk a little bit about the current 1 build alternative for the tight diamond interchange form shown here. You notice it's very close to Interstate 80. It has that tight diamond shape. It has the least environmental impacts. And so if you can see at the KRE radio tower, you might be familiar with that, or Aquatic Park, that eastbound on-ramp got really close to those sensitive biological habitats with some of the other interchange forms. And so this interchange form really excelled at trying to reduce the environmental impact. And that was with that smaller footprint. Additionally, with the smaller footprint, there's less cost associated with the project. But it was also an improvement for safety for bike and peds to get across the freeway because it has the least number of conflict points with the controlled signalized intersections. One of the key benefits of the tight diamond is it has a ramp-to-ramp connectivity. So if there's an incident on the corridor, people can use the off-ramp and then the on-ramp to get back on to go around the incident. So that was a benefit of the project as well. But largely after having shared this with the project development team, the stakeholders' preference was to move forward with a single build alternative, and this is what it currently looks like. Additionally, I'll point out that separate from the Ashby Overcrossing is the bike and pedestrian facility, and we've also got some graphics we can show you in regards to that. We've also worked closely with the city on the aesthetics associated with that. But you can kind of see how the pathways braid from both 65th and Shell Mound connect to the overcrossing that spans over 80 and then allows people access to the Bay Trail, which is really one of the key elements of the project. The project is less so about traffic improvements and operational improvements because there's no improvement on Interstate 80, and there's really no improvement as you go towards the east on Ashby. There's kind of this undercrossing where it's very constrained, and so we're not modifying that, and so only so much traffic can come to and through. But one of the key things that we felt was important was getting the connections to Shell Mound, making sure that there's safe passage for bike and peds at this location. Additionally, there's standard sidewalks and shoulders on the Ashby Overcrossing to account for bike and ped movement to and through the interchange form itself. Next slide, please. So the interchange alternative summary that you will see in the draft environmental document is the option for a no build, and then the option for a tight diamond interchange with the T intersection. Now, as we circulate these range of alternatives to be considered, the work carried forward, as I mentioned, those will be documented, and we can receive public input on those at that time. Next slide. Another update I wanted to brief everybody on is that we've been working on refining the geometry. So once we knew we were dealing with a tight diamond form, we had to meet with policy guidance in regards to ramp metering. You'll notice that in and throughout the area it's heavily congested, and ramp metering is a method of smoothing the traffic as it moves both eastbound and westbound on 80. And so due to some of the constraints that I previously mentioned, the environmental constraints, there is a little deficit in regards to what the ramp can provide. So due to those constraints, it only provides 98% of the storage instead of 100%, so it's just off by a little bit. The design itself is consistent with several interchanges up and down Interstate 80. We are currently working with Caltrans in regards to a policy exception for their ramp meter design guidelines. We've had several meetings with them. They've helped us optimize the design here. But there are some items we can implement that really include the opportunity to increase the metering and allow people to quickly go through the interchange form, because once it starts to back up, one thing we don't want to have happen is that the Ashby signal for the on-ramp and then the Bay Road connector that you can see there, we don't want that to congest. And so there's going to be some back of queue detection, and the metering will increase to purge the vehicles through there, and Caltrans is in agreement that they will grant us an exception for this. Additionally, as part of that exception, we were removing the Hov bypass lane, and we are making it a single occupancy lane to try to get more vehicles in that stack for that particular queue. And so we're largely, with this design configuration, pushing right up against where the standard is. Caltrans is certainly has worked with us and is in agreement that there could be a policy exception here. We continue to refine the stop bar locations to maximize the stacking. But the key here is that Caltrans did want the city to acknowledge the design parameters for the proposed geometry. It's not intended that the spillback would come back onto the city streets. It would stay within the Caltrans right-of-way, which basically, is all along Ashby is Caltrans right-of-way, as well as Interstate 80 is Caltrans right-of-way. But overall, operationally, this configuration is much better than the existing, and it does improve safety on a lot of levels. And so we'd be asking for the city manager's support in regards to the understanding that the exception has come forward and that there's no concerns on behalf of the city. Next slide. So let's just talk a little bit about the bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing. It's just south of the Ashby interchange. Now, we've worked with Caltrans and stakeholders on 4 different alternatives. There's a kind of a standard boxer. You would see that, in a lot of corridors. It's a little older version. There might be some truss concept that could come forward that creates a little bit more opportunity for aesthetics. But then we kind of put out a couple of cable stay type structures. There was this basket handle concept in the lower left and the butterfly arch in the lower right. And a lot of the group felt like, given the context of 80, when you look at the Bay Bridge and the cables that are there, and you look at the University Bridge where you've got cables there's going to be a cable structure that's up at Gilman, that the context of the corridor really lends itself to cable type structures. And so the project development team basically looked at removing the truss concept. They didn't feel like that really added much. We went through it didn't meet with the context of the corridor. They felt it was a little industrial and bulky. We did have pulled several aesthetic meetings in regards to the basket handle and the butterfly arch and what that might look like. There were actually 3 different meetings. Ultimately, we brought forward to the project development team multiple times the butterfly arch and the basket handle. There was a preference for the butterfly arch. Additionally, we did bring forward to the bike and pet stakeholder meeting number 4. We had 4 meetings with those guys and showed them what we were working on. There was strong support there as well. But the only items that you will be seeing in the draft environmental document, and this will also be documented as to what was carried forward, will be the elimination of the truss bridge itself. So the baseline box girder, the basket handle, and the butterfly arch are all on the table for review and input when it comes to the public review period. Next slide. I just want to talk a little bit about the pathway itself and some of the options we looked at. Now, we originally looked at 4 options on how to move people from designated bike routes in Emeryville for both Shellmound and 65th to get them over and across 80, and then how do we touch down and cross the frontage road. So one option was to try to get over the frontage road with the overcrossing. The problems we were having there is we were pushing into the bay, and the run out was substantially long. The cost of the structure was increasing substantially, and so that got pulled off the table. We then looked at the mid-drop crossing, which is on the left side here. So we can meander the paths in a couple of different ways. This one brings it back down to Point Emery. Now, Point Emery has kind of been a focus of this particular project, and getting people connected to Point Emery and the Bay Trail, so we felt like that was a logical terminus of the pathway itself. Then additionally, we looked at a concept where there was no conflict, which was a portal, and we were able to have enough vertical clearance, we could tuck in the pathway underneath the western frontage road and connect directly to the Bay Trail. And so that was the second option. And then next slide, please. The third option is really just a hybrid, a combination. So we can have one or both, but the premise of the portal was that if you have the opportunity to remove fatality and injury for the users of the facility, that's a superior concept, recognizing there's other elements of concern when you have another structure and it's it's kind of a portal. What's that look like? And so we've left everything on the table, and they're considered variations of the overcrossing itself as to how we can connect either to the western frontage road or to the Bay Trail. Next slide. So here's some renderings in regards to what that might look like. So we did spend some time trying to look at some of the aesthetics and how the pathway might cross underneath there. We just had to make sure we could get the vertical clearance. We tried to create some relief in the walls. We also looked at lighting concepts to try to keep it light and bright. We would understand that there would be some concerns with this type of connection. So it's not a preferred alternative. It's just a variation that's within the environmental document. And so next slide. Just in recap, you'll see the mid-block crossing, you'll see the portal or no conflict concept, and then you'll see a combination of those both as variations in the draft environmental document. So public input will be sought during the review period, which is 45 days. There will be a public meeting where people can come forward and give their ideas, and we'll be looking forward to receiving city input on this as well. Next slide. So as far as the next steps, as I mentioned, Caltrans is the CEQA and NEPA lead for the project, and the project will continue to follow the Caltrans project development procedures and processes. Specifically, we will be completing the draft environmental document and the draft project report, which is more of the engineering side of things. That'll be done by the fall of this year. We will release the draft environmental document. 2 weeks later, a public meeting will be held. The public comment period will close. The project team will address those comments. We'll look at selecting any preferred alternatives to the variations. And then once that's happened, we would then finalize and document all the comments received and the selected preferred alternative, and we would also then complete the project report that adjoins that. So both of those would be finalized probably about the first part of 2022. So that kind of carries over into the next year. So depending upon the comments received, that could be longer or shorter, but we did feel the importance of having that 45-day review period. Next slide. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joy, and she's going to talk a little bit more about some of the key milestone elements in the project schedule. Joy?
Great, thank you, John. So going over the project schedule real quick, currently we are in the project approval and environmental document phase, the PAED, like John mentioned. So, and like you mentioned, we will be issuing the draft environmental document in fall 2021 this year, but we will be having a public meeting within 2 weeks of it, which will be 45 days duration. So with that, we will be finalizing our FED final environmental document in early 2022. And so we are looking to begin PSNE in late 2021, subjected to the comments we received through the environmental process and after public meeting. We will complete the right-of-way certification and design in fall 2023, and with that, we will look forward to begin construction in spring of 2024, of course, subjected to the securing of funds. And we will look forward for completion of construction in fall 2026, so that's our current timeline. Next slide, please. So going over the project funding, $52 million has been currently funded through the Major BB funds. We already have those funds through the Major BB 2014. There is a funding gap of about $105 million that has been recognized, and we are working vigorously, and we will continue working vigorously on it to seek the state, federal, regional funds, and any potential sources that can be applied to this project and program, which could be ATPs or congested corridor or raise and infra funds. So this was a main project in the TEP, the Transportation Expenditure Plan of 2014 Major BB local program, and we will use a leverage of available local funds. Like I mentioned, we have $52 million. Some of them we will be using for PAED and design phase, but still we will use the leverage of those local funds to tap into the other funding sources. So rest assured, this is the next project on the top of our list to deliver. Next slide, please. The key areas of feedback tonight are as following, and it's something we will appreciate the city's input for. Number one, city's acknowledgement for the non-standard ramp meter design on the eastbound 80 that John explained in his previous slides. Preliminary comments on the western conform options of bike pedestrian overcrossing bridge, and preliminary comments on bike and pedestrian overcrossing options of the structure. Next slide, please. So with that, we conclude our presentation, and we welcome all questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Joy. Before we answer those questions, let's tackle clarifying questions from my colleagues. Does anyone have any clarifying questions before I go for a public comment? No, Scott, go ahead.
What is the height of the bridges above the freeway, the current freeway? In other words, what is the vertical increase in both the bike ped bridge and the traffic bridge?
John, can you answer that question, please?
Sure. So the existing bridges are a bit outdated. They don't meet vertical clearance standards. They're just a little over 15 feet or so, and they have been struck in the past. And so one of the benefits of having a new overcrossing is that we will be elevating that to be standard. The other, two connectors that are out there right now will be demolished, and we will be upwards of 25 feet in the air. So we're going to go from kind of a clearance of about 15 to a 25-foot top of table. We have to have about 16 and a half is pretty standard. We're probably closer to 18 vertical clearance, so we're going from 15 to 18 at this point for the under deck, which meets all the standard criteria. The reason it's a little higher than the standard is because of the type of girders we're planning on using. A single span girder to get all the way across 80, and so that's the overcrossing at 80. The bike and ped bridge, so anywhere there's a vertical clearance criteria is 18 and a half feet vertical clearance, and so we meet or exceed that in all locations for either the cable stay or the box order. And so, yeah, we've been working closely with Caltrans in regards to constructability and how we construct that, and the false work thicknesses. And the false work oftentimes is what drives the actual vertical clearance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Okay, I'll check in with our city clerk to see if anyone has signed in, up for an electronic speaker card or submitted electronic comment.
Not at this time, no.
Okay, and then we will recognize raised hands among the attendees. I'll remind the speakers that if you're joining us via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or if you're calling in, please press *9. And in the interest of time, I'm going to allow 1 minute per speaker.
Go ahead, please.
I was on the BPAC, I guess it was about 20 years ago when this item was brought before us. So now it appears that it's going to be finished at the earliest 2026. So it's going to be about a 26-year window from beginning to completion. 26 years. This is like basically an advertisement for a strong mayor model of government. Because we all remember that to land on the moon, the Apollo program took from 1961 to 1969. And this is considerably less ambitious than landing people on the moon. So, strong mayor, we might want to look into that. Thank you, that's all I want to say.
Seeing no other raised hands, we'll go ahead and conclude public comment and bring it back to the key areas of feedback. The first is the city's acknowledgement of the non-standard ramp meter design, as John illustrated for us, during his presentations. Anyone have any comments on the non-standard ramp meter design? Member Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just, of the 3 items, I would just recommend that the city reserve comment on this item for the time being. It's the one item where we don't need to comment on this, and I understand Caltrans is looking for a formal acknowledgement from the city, but I think we should wait until the draft EIR is released and have further consultation from staff before we do that. That would be my recommendation.
And just for this first area?
Just for that first item, yep.
Very good. If everyone else is okay to reserve their comments on that, we'll move on to preliminary comments on the Western Conform options. And may I ask, Sherry, would you be able to bring up the slide with the Western Conform?
If one of the presenters would give me an idea of what slide number that was, that would be helpful.
Slide 15.
Okay, let me see if I can just go back.
So, yeah, there is either the underpass, if I'm using the correct term, or the mid-block crossing to get to the Bay Trail and Point Emery. So that's what we're looking on comments from. And I would, if my colleagues who serve on ACTC as member and alternate, if you'd like to jump in, I would defer to your knowledge about the safety and the pros and cons of these types of crossings.
I'm happy to go first unless Allie wants to go first.
Go ahead, John. We disagree on this one.
We don't. You win, Allie. We don't. we did. So the transportation. So I've been going over this project for 5 years as a member of the commission at period of city levels here, and Councilmember Medina has, with me, reviewed this several times at the transportation committee, and we've had some offline conversations with staff. I support the mid-block crossing. I support the mid-block crossing for several reasons. The reasons I would list: number one is cost. The cost of not just the cost of the construction, but the cost of maintenance for the underpass. Caltrans would be responsible for that. In theory, unless we become responsible for the frontage road, and which I believe we have some responsibility for. So my concern is that there's an ongoing cost associated with the undercrossing, and that there are safety issues with that lighting alone can't fully address. There's also sea level rise issues at that location. And I just think that there's a combination of issues that don't make the portal approach the right approach here. So there's the cost issue and the safety issue. There's also the alignment with Point Emory, which I believe with the great advocacy from Councilmember Medina and our staff, Mr. Roberts, who may or may not be on this call, with the riprap project at Point Emory. We're doing work to shore up that and actually keep that as a destination location, I think, for people who want to just leave our dense family environment over in the Christie Corps and take a Sunday stroll or a bike ride with their kids safely across. They can go to Point Emory. And so I think that lining that up is really good. The one thing I would like to see that I have a comment for staff on is under all the models that have been presented, that intersection is listed as a stop sign. And I believe that there should be a traffic light there that is has a long arm for pedestrian crossing. I don't support, I know we're not at a full design, but I don't support the 4 lanes at that intersection. I think that that's an excessive amount of lanes at Point Emory, but I do think that the mid-block crossing for functional safety and cost reasons makes the most sense, and with a couple modifications is the most appropriate approach.
Member Medina.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with those comments, and I'm so glad you've come around. You can call it a portal all you want, and I understand that's a lovely term to slap on a slideshow, but it's an underpass. And anyone who's walked around the fine underpasses of the East Bay might be familiar with the fact that they're not super pleasant places to be for a wide variety of reasons. There's existing homeless encampments in that region. I think we can all pretty quickly assume that you will have residents in whatever portal you create if you create a portal, and that would become quite an ongoing cost that nobody thinks Caltrans is actually going to account for. Then families and people like me will not feel comfortable biking through it or walking through it at any time of day. So yeah, let's not do the portal thing. If there's some feedback I can have from staff on this project, if that's a really, really bad idea, please don't do it.
Very good. Member Donahue or Member Pats, would you like to go next?
I support the no portal model. I think the mid-block connection, making every point a destination, is what we really want to go for.
Great, thank you.
I could support either. I think the portal could work if they had, some misting heads that would come on every hour. It would be mist in the air, something like that. That could work.
You would just have cannabis plants, Scott. Whatever. I got the ingenuity of this region.
I'm open to the portal concept.
Understood. And then my comments for this would be if we were able to get a traffic light or some sort of traffic calming measures around that conflict point, I could be supportive of the mid-block crossing, and that's what I'm hearing in our majority today. So that will tackle that question. And then the last question, please forgive me, preliminary comments on bike pedestrian overcrossing options. John, what slide should we be looking at for this?
You can look at slide 14.
14. All right, does anyone have any burning desires regarding the overcrossing variations? And colleagues, I apologize, I can't see you all right now, so you could just jump in if you would like to go first, or else I can call on folks.
Is the baseline box girder dramatically less expensive than the cable designs?
Yes, it's a traditional cast-in-place box girder form that would have a median column in place. There's some constraints in regards to constructability of the median column that we could probably just work around with some exceptions with Caltrans. This would be the least cost option at about $15 million. And so with that understanding, we needed to make sure that we could keep that on the table in case the project needed to look at, funding constraints and, when we might, be able to build a cable type structure is totally different than, how we might be able to afford a box girder type. The cable types, we've done type selection for the engineering portion of the project on the butterfly arch to get a better idea of what a cable stay type structure would be. Basket handle would be very similar, but our last estimate on that was about 20 million for the estimate. So there is a difference, yes.
Thank you.
Do folks have a desire to weigh in on a specific type or wish to remove one from consideration?
I would just note, Madam Mayor, that the truss was eliminated through the design screening process. It's going to have an X through it. I don't support the box girder, partly because the median pillar, but also I just think when you think about this as a 70-year-old interchange, and so it'll be 70 plus years with modern design and quality before it's done again. I don't think we should be unimaginative with something that is kind of going to be our connection to the Bay Trail. If you look at what University and the Gilman designs look like, I just think we shouldn't, sell ourselves short. So my preference is the basket handle, and the reason I like the basket handle is because I think it actually looks like a combination between, it looks like an inverted combination between our brand new South Bayfront Bridge approach and the Bay Bridge. And so I actually think it kind of almost creates kind of like an image for the city. But I understand that the public, more members of the public who participated in the survey, liked the butterfly. I do have a question, 2 questions for staff about the butterfly design. One, I noticed that there's additional fencing that comes off the side of the butterfly arch. I'm assuming that's safety fencing, so there's an aesthetic issue there, but also in terms of the safety of a person's like scaling or climbing up on a butterfly arch, is there an interior preventative fence that prevents somebody from crawling out on the butterfly arch?
This is John, I can answer that. So each of the alternatives would require at a minimum a 6-foot high fencing. The kind of the base typical would be chain link fencing. Sometimes they used to curve them over the top, feel kind of enclosed. These days, we've been working closely with Caltrans bridge and barrier experts and have had 3 meetings already with them in regards to the pedestrian fencing and what we can do to open that up and make that look a little bit more transparent. There's, instead of chain link fencing, now there's some really thin cabling that's allowed by Caltrans that we've been using on some bridges for aesthetics. They're not opposed to the concepts of the railing that we're deploying throughout the overcrossing itself, but in all conditions, the fencing for the pedestrian would be required. Scaling has been brought up as to how do you prevent people from scaling it, and so those discussions are ongoing. But Caltrans is open to something beyond the typical standard fencing, and so that hasn't been decided yet. It's more of a design detail at this particular juncture.
Okay, then my comment will be that I support the basket handle design, and I would actually I think that the way that the cables come in on the basket handle design, there's the opportunity, given that Caltrans is open to using vertical cables as a method for preventing scaling and unwanted egress off of the bridge, so to speak. I think that could potentially be done in a way that reflects the artistic nature of the community, and it could actually be a really interesting visual space. I know that Caltrans doesn't get excited about distractions on roads, but trying to find the happy medium there, I think I'll support the basket handle, but I don't support the box girder at all.
Probably, yeah. Go ahead, Member Dean.
I was going to say, I concur with Councilmember Bowers. My first thought was when I looked at the basket handle that it looks similar to the South Bayfront Bridge. And I like that sort of continuity in design, so that was my preferred.
Yeah, anyway, we can paint it red.
Yeah.
That's my only comment. I would be fine with basket handle or the butterfly arch personally, but it would be nice to echo the color of the other pedestrian bridge that we have in our community that we're just putting up. But Members Donahue and Pats, do you have any comments?
I think the basket handle is by far the most attractive. But, you know, if we get pinched out of money and the whole thing comes down to not doing it, I don't know, we might consider the box girder in that function. It just seems like we really need that crossing.
Well, I think that box girder will always be there in case we have to value engineer the project, but we could start, you know, shooting for the stars with the basket handle, certainly. So, staff, it seems like we have a majority support for our basket handle design. Are there any further questions that we need to answer for you before we close this meeting?
Joy, is there anything else that ACTC staff would like to hear from the City Council? If not, that conclude this meeting.
Yes, I think you guys covered it all. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much, Joy, John, and the rest of ACTC staff for bringing this forward. We look forward to seeing what the community weighs in on and how this project shapes up, and of course, getting funded. Best of luck to everybody. And that will adjourn this meeting. The time is 5:51 p.m. And when our clerk is ready, I will ready to begin the next meeting.
One moment while I reset. All right, all set.
Very good, thank you. Good evening, everyone. The time is 5:52 p.m. and I'm calling to order the City of Emeryville City Council special meeting. At this meeting, we'll be making appointments to various local commissions and committees. Please bear with me while I read some introductory remarks. I'd like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided for under the Governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. During the public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states that the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV Channel 27, provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville website at emeryville.org and clicking on Council Agendas and Videos. Once there, you will see a link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the raise hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda, as well as via e-notification and on social media. At this time, I will turn to the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Pats?
Here.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
I'm here. Next up, we've got approval of the final agenda. Do I have a motion and a second?
I move the agenda.
Second to motion.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Donahue, a second by Member Bouders. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Colleagues, are there any ex parte communications that you'd like to report for this evening on this meeting agenda? Seeing none, that'll bring us to voting. Oh,
I spoke to one of the candidates. I spoke to Eugene Sway.
great. Thank you. And Mr. Sway is an applicant for item 6.1 for Planning Commission. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. At this time, I will ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via the online comment card or whether anyone has raised their hands to make audio comments.
Not at this time.
Sherry, do we have anyone who submitted comments?
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that. There are
Can you speak up?
no comments.
No comments, thank you. We will close the public comment period, seeing no raised hands either. That'll bring us to action items, and the first action item is appointment to Planning Commission. And before we get started on this item, colleagues, I wonder if you might be able to entertain continuing this item, as we just learned very recently that the chair of the Planning Commission, applicant Christine Thompson, had withdrawn her application and resigned from the Planning Commission. I know I just got this news on Thursday, and I believe she submitted that resignation maybe the week before that. So I think that's a significant loss to our Planning Commission, and I know I would like to see a little more time to drum up applicants for the Planning Commission in general. I know that Commissioner Young is reapplying for his spot, but if we continue this, he will continue to be able to serve in his capacity as a planning commissioner until we take up the item again, and I'll have staff correct me if I'm incorrect on that.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. If the term expires, the incumbent continues until replaced or reappointed.
Very good, and I know I'm very grateful for Commissioner Young's service, but he will continue to be able to serve while we are able to publicize the now 2 vacancies that we've got. 2 vacancies that we're going to try to fill. And I know that I don't want to be in a position where, for the nature of the work that the Planning Commission does, to be in a situation where we've got 2 vacancies and 2 applicants only. So any discussion on that? Staff, do we need to do anything if we're just continuing an item? Do we need to take an action?
I do think you do need to call for public comment on the item, Madam Mayor, and if you would move to continue it. If you have any direction in terms of how long you would like us to keep the application period open, or just have it be the regular application period that we would usually have, that would be helpful.
Very good. So let's move to public comment at this point. Madam City Clerk, has anyone submitted public comment for item 6.1?
Not at this time, and I'm hoping you can hear me better than you could before. I made an adjustment.
I hear you great now. It's perfect now.
Good.
And I will, of course, allow time to recognize members of the public who are joining us. You may use the raise hand feature if you're joining us via Zoom. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand in your app, and we will take the time to recognize you. And I see a member of the public, Bonnie Engel, will give you 1 minute at this time.
And I'm going to promote Bonnie to a panelist because she's using an older version of Zoom and I can't just allow her to talk. So Bonnie, go ahead, please. Go ahead, you have 1 minute, Bonnie. Go ahead.
You might have to unmute yourself on your end because we're not hearing you. All right, Bonnie, if you wish to send in an email using the Submit an Online Speaker Card link on emeryville.org, you're welcome to do that, and I will have the clerk read your comments into the record if you're able to do that. Okay, I'm sorry we can't hear you at the moment, but thank you for joining us tonight. So I'll bring that back for discussion. Colleagues, do you have a preferred timeline on when we should bring this back? Scott, questions?
I think our two candidates are very competent. They're both architects and would both be assets on our planning commission.
Member Bowders?
I support your suggestion, Madam Mayor. I think that's reasonable. We have a recent vacancy. The only question I would have, I would recommend we post it for at least 30 days from today, which would get us to July 15th. And I guess my question would just be clarification from the city staff as to if we pick a day, are they going to accept applications after that filing period has ended? Can we just say that we will set a date certain for them? So could we just say like July 19th by noon? If they've come in by July 19th at noon, they can be considered, and then we'll just discuss it on July 20th.
Madam Mayor, may I interject one
Please.
thing?
Please.
Our typical recruitment period is 45 days. So that's what we typically do. So if that were the case, and if we started a recruitment this Friday, 45 days would take us to August 2nd. And yes, I can assure you that we would not accept any late applications. But that would make the appointments land on council's August 31st meeting, if council wished to do it that way. But 45 days is our typical.
Well, I'll defer to you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy with 30 days so that we have somebody for the July meeting, because if we have a vote on July 20th, then there's somebody for the July Planning Commission meeting. But if we want to do the city clerk's full process of 45 days and come back at the August or September meeting, whatever that might be, I'm deferential on that.
I'd love to hear from our community development staff. If there's Charlie. Can you unmute Charlie, please? Sherry?
Yes.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, this is Charlie Bryant. I would just say that after the council appoints a new planning commissioner, we always need to orient that person, and that involves the city manager, the city attorney, and myself. And we do that obviously after you have appointed them and prior to their first meeting. The July Planning Commission meeting is on the 22nd. If you appoint them on the 20th, it gives us 2 days, or really 1 day, to orient the person. Also, they would not have had the benefit of having received the Planning Commission packet the week before to have been able to study it, to be prepared to make decisions at the July 22nd Planning Commission meeting. So I would suggest that you do defer it until later than that, or else make the appointment effective later than July 22nd. If you make the appointment on the 20th, at least make it effective after the 22nd, so we will have sufficient time to orient the person before their first meeting.
And is Planning Commission dark in August?
No, we meet every month except November.
Okay. Thank you. So if we were to appoint in July and then make it effective 2 weeks after the appointment, would that give you?
That would be fine, because the next meeting is not until August 25th, I think, so, or 26th rather. So we would have until the August 26th meeting to orient the person.
Very good. So I personally would err on getting it done in July if my colleagues are willing to entertain this on July 20th. I think if there's someone out there who, or someone's who would like to apply, I think we can reach those folks by then sufficiently. So folks are yes, Member Medina.
I support that.
So we will look to be making this appointment on July 20th, effective. Is there a specific effective date that we should be using for them to be oriented by the August 26th meeting?
We can decide that at the July 20th meeting, Madam Mayor. We could choose when we make the appointment, which date. We could ask staff to come back and tell us when they want it to be effective.
Very
I
good.
would just suggest August 1st. It's a nice, round first of the month.
Madam Mayor, we can certainly prepare the draft resolution with the proposed date in it for your consideration.
Great. So with that, I will move that we continue this to our July 20th meeting, and staff will bring their recommendations at that time.
And to clarify, will you accept applications through noon on July 19th?
Why don't you include that direction in your motion so that we're clear what the record is?
And I will include that direction in the motion to accept applications through noon on July 20th. So we're kind of riding in the middle. We're not going too long, but we're extending that normal application period to include that day. So we can really make the most of that time. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second, a motion by myself and a second by Member Medina. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Thank you, colleagues, and we will move on. We've got item 6.2. Sherry, do you have a brief introduction before we begin the work of considering all of the applicants for the various committees and commissions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martinez and council members. The information was mostly provided in your staff report, but there has been a little bit of a flurry of activity in the time between the initial publication on June 4th and the republication on June 10th, so I thought I would just briefly address those. As council is aware, every time we do an appointment process, the unsuccessful applicants are notified that their applications will be kept on file for a year, and it's our practice with each new recruitment to ask those applicants to reach out to them proactively that have an active application on file to ask if they want to be considered for any newly occurring vacancies or expiring terms. We typically do this notification prior to the first publication of the agenda. However, this year we dropped the ball and did not do that until June 7th. So it was ready for the republication, but those applicants were not shown on the original application. But we did confirm, and following confirmation of people's interests, the active applicants were added to the agenda in time for that republication. So as you already went through, for the Planning Commission, we had Christine Thompson withdraw due to her resignation. We had Dr. Sway withdraw from EDAC to concentrate his interest on Planning Commission. And then we additionally had active applications on file for Kristen Walraven for EDAC, Natasha Grandy for Housing, and also for Parks and Rec. For Brian Donahue for Parks and Rec, and for Courtney Welch, we received a late application. Typically, as you know, I'm kind of a stickler for this time because the Housing Committee is so short on people. I made a judgment call and went ahead and accepted that application, but of course it's the council's discretion as to whether we want to consider that late application. If we don't, and any other seats we don't fill tonight, we would simply fold those into a new recruitment that will start to fill remaining vacancies that we may have. So we already talked about the fact that the planning commissioner could continue to serve. We don't have any such stipulation for other advisory bodies. So any vacancies that are not filled tonight, the people do not stay in their seats. Their terms expire as of June 30th. And if you don't have any questions, that's all I have.
All right, does anyone have any questions on what was explained to us by the city clerk? No. Okay, so let's move on. We're going to begin with item 6.2.1, and this is appointing members to serve on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for terms commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending 2023. We're looking for 1 business rep and 3 community members. And
Mayor Martinez, would you just like me to go in the order that their applications were listed on the agenda? In which case we start with BPAC, and it would be Jacqueline Haar.
Sure, yes, it is Jacqueline here, and I'd love to give everyone, just because of the sheer number of folks that we're talking to tonight, please take 1 minute to introduce yourselves, and if you're an incumbent, the work that you've been doing on the committee or commission.
Jacqueline, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Jacqueline Hart. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I've been on BPAC for, 4 or 5 years now. Been living in the city of Emeryville for 8 years as a renter, and currently serving as the chair of BPAC. Very excited about the work that we've been able to do over the past few years, hand in hand with the city staff to improve BPAC or improve the city over the pandemic, and currently looking forward to working on the active transportation plan. Open to any questions you guys might have.
Great, thank you, Jacqueline. Are there any questions for Chair Carr? Member Medina.
Hi, Chair Howard, thank you so much for your service thus far. I'm going to ask the same question of all applicants. If there were 1 street in Emeryville, if you could just wave your hand, regardless of staff time, financial constraints, 1 street you could right now make better for bikes and pedestrians, which street would it be?
Absolutely Powell Street, particularly, the Powell-Christie intersection, I think is the one that everyone on BPAC right now is looking at, but the whole intersection, as we've studied and discussed in BPAC for a while, has issues that could be made better to improve the biking, walking, and rolling around the city.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions for Chair Carr? Seeing none, can we go to the next applicant, please?
Next up is Jennifer Kane. Jennifer, go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council for your time. I'd also like to thank the members of the BPAC and the members of the city staff who I've been working with for 2 years. As a member of the BPAC, I found BPAC to be a hands-on, collaborative, and results-oriented organization. I've learned a lot, and I feel that I've had an opportunity to share my input about a little bit different. I work in the city. I'm not a resident of the city, and I work with an organization, or I've worked with organizations that employ a lot of people in the city, and I understand how the walkability and bikeability of the city have really helped to recruit companies that want their employees to have a good quality of life. People really appreciate that about Emeryville, who come here for work. I also feel like we've had a great opportunity to make residents and workers who aren't in their cars safer and have a higher quality of life. I'm really looking forward to working on the ATP to update our bike and PEDS plan to include all the new modes of active mobility. And I also would like to work this year to expand access to low-income residents to have bikes.
That's your time.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Just under the wire. Questions for Member Kane? Go ahead, Member Medina.
Same question, Member Kane. What would be the 1 street if you could fix for bikes and pedestrians right here, right now?
I wouldn't be surprised if you asked that of every incumbent member and got the same answers. I'm going to mix it up a little bit just to keep it interesting. And I would say maybe Overland. I think Overland is a really great opportunity to increase the bicycle boulevard there. Shellmound and Horton and Hollis are all very active. I think I've seen a lot of people using Overland as a cut through to kind of go somewhere where the cars already aren't.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Member Kane? Okay, thank you. Sherry, I'll leave it to you to call the next applicant.
The next person is Laura McCamey. Laura, I hope that's you I've allowed to talk. Please go ahead. You have 1 minute.
It is me.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez and council members. It's been my absolute delight, to my surprise, to be on BPAC. I got on BPAC not long before we did our last bicycle plan, so I'm not sure what year it was, but it was more than 10 years ago. And I did it because I was frustrated with biking in Emeryville, and I'm so pleased with how much biking and walking has improved in the city. And I think there's so much more we can do, and I'm very excited to be able to go through the active transportation planning process a second time, and really hoping that we can be extremely ambitious this time and really think about the future and what we want Emeryville to be like going forward, and kind of aim for the stars as far as making Emeryville a truly awesome place for people to bike and walk.
Great, thank you, Laura. Same question, Member Medina?
Same question, Laura.
Well, I have to be repetitive and agree with Chair Har that 100%, if we could improve Powell Street, especially Powell and Christie, I would love for someone to have that magic wand and make that a much, much safer intersection.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Laura. And now we've got our new applicant who's not an incumbent, Mr. Solomon.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Matthew Solomon, and I've lived in Emeryville for about 1.5 years. Professionally, I'm an analyst at a think tank focused on climate change, and so through my work, I know well the necessity for increasing sustainable transportation options, such as biking and walking, and the various health, climate, and economic benefits of improving that infrastructure. And since we went into shelter in place last March, even though I was pretty new to the community, I spent endless hours walking around and biking around the city. And it's clear that the city's made great strides, and BPAC has made great strides to make the space more accessible for non-drivers and for a really wide and diverse range of walkers and cyclists. Even my partner, who hadn't biked in over 20 years, felt comfortable learning how to on the city's bike lanes. And I see people of all ages on my daily walks. That said, we have a lot of progress to make, and I think doing so in an equitable and just way will ensure that the benefits are shared equally amongst our community. And I look forward to helping develop the next active transportation plan, and also just continuing a lot of the smaller changes that have been made over the last years and that have really dramatically improved the quality of life. And I think that the current BPAC has done a great job.
That's your time.
The interactions I've had with them, and I would be honored to be able to serve with them.
Great. Questions for the applicant? No, Lydia.
Matthew, a fresh perspective. If you could wave a magic wand and have one street improved for bike, pedestrian, transit access, which street in Emeryville would it be? Very curious here.
So I was also going to say Powell Street, and that's definitely been clear, even just in the meetings that I've attended. But walking around, it divides the city a lot and is unsafe. But for the purposes of switching it up, I'll say San Pablo, which is, not all of it's in Emeryville, but it is just so dangerous. And I think helping connect the city to the surrounding regions, and improving the ability for people to move quickly and safely on San Pablo would be both substantially safer for people and also just a huge improvement in quality of life.
Thank you, Matthew. If there are no other questions for the applicants, I would like to turn to public comment. Members of the public, if you have not submitted an online speaker card, you can also be recognized by using the raise hand feature on Zoom or pressing *9. I'm going to allow 1 minute per speaker if there are any public comments on appointments to the BPAC. First, I'll check in with our clerk to see if anyone has submitted online comments.
No online comments.
And I see no raised hands among attendees, so I'll bring it back to my colleagues. Is there any discussion, or would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion because I'll be spending tons of time with these people. Fortunately, it's a pretty easy one this evening. I wonder which one of you tipped off Matthew my obsession with San Pablo, though. So I move to appoint Jennifer Kane as the business rep, Jacqueline Har, Laura McCamey, and Matthew Solomon as the community members to BPAC.
Member Bowders?
I will second the motion. I'll just thank the 3 incumbents for their service. I would like to agree with Ms. McCamey about how much the city has progressed. And I want to give a lot of thanks to Member Medina as our committee liaison, to the dedicated city staff who work on this, and the community members who do this. And I also want to thank Mr. Solomon for reaching out to me over a year ago after he was watching some of our committee and city council meetings, and for inquiring about how to become involved in the city, because I think that's a really helpful way for residents who want to join to find that interest. And so I just am glad to see his application here tonight and to be seconding that motion.
Very good, and I just want to thank everyone for their patience with the brevity of this process, because we do have a lot of applications to get through this evening, and we have some familiarity with 3 out of 4 of you, so that's why we're moving quickly. So we have a motion by Member Medina, a second by Member Bowders. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. That passes unanimously and brings us to item 6.2.2, where we'll be appointing a business representative and a city labor representative to serve on the Budget Advisory Committee for terms commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2023.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
with no disrespect to the 2 applicants, as the liaison to the Budget Advisory Committee for the last 5 years, having served with both of these incumbents, I would just like to state that the smallest advisory committee in the city of 5 has excellent representation on it, and it would be a great asset to the city to have both Miru Desai and Kristen Walraven continue in that service. So without any offense to them giving any comments of their own, I would just like to put a motion on the table to appoint Kristen Walraven as the business representative and Miru Desai as the labor representative for a new term to the Budget Advisory Committee.
And I'll second that. Very good. We have a motion by Member Bowders, a second by Member Pats, and I will call for public comment and definitely give the applicants the ability to refute Mr. Bowders' statements or just to have public comment at this time. So Sherry, has anyone submitted any electronic comments for item 6.2.2?
No comments at this time.
All right, now I'll welcome members of the public using Zoom to use the raise hand feature to be recognized, or press *9 if you're calling in, and this certainly includes the applicants whose service we all appreciate. Kristen and Maru, if you'd like to speak, I won't deny you. It looks like everyone's happy to keep their hands down, so we can move on to discussion. And if there's none, I'll have the clerk please call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye, that passes unanimously. And that'll move us on to item 6.2.3. We've got several openings on the Commission on Aging, and we will listen to the applicants in the order that they appear in our agenda packets, and I will leave it to our clerk to begin unmuting folks.
Okay.
Please take a minute to introduce yourselves, and then we will follow that up with questions.
And I will ask Jacqueline Kerr, please unmute, and you'll have 1 minute to speak. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Jacqueline Kerr, and I've been a resident of Emeryville for approximately 8 years. I am presently reside in one of your senior complexes here in Emeryville, and I was interested in being on the Aging Commission because I am an agent, and by being in a residential community for seniors, it would open up a line of communication to the Commission on what is actually happening in our community. Also, to address other issues such as economic disparities within our community, and address other issues such as housing, safety issues, just to be able to open up the line of communication. And I thought it would be very important for a member of this community to apply for the Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Are there any questions for the applicant? Ms. Kerr, I am actually the liaison to the Commission on Aging from the City Council, and I would just like to ask you, what do you view as the biggest obstacle for seniors aging in place in Emeryville?
Well, I would say that the biggest obstacle that I have seen is economy. The economic disparities and economic inequities on the senior community. Here in Emeryville, you have a growing senior population that I have noticed over the years, and there's a lot of things going on, even to deal with systemic problems that are happening within our community. And I just feel like, you know, it should be dealt with. The quality of life I like to deal with, because I feel it's most important to seniors to have a certain quality of life, and also to be able to be looked at as viable citizens in the community, because we have paid our dues, taxpaying citizens, and not to be considered as, what I like to say, throwaways, because we're not. And I would like to be an advocate for the community and to bring the problems to the commission to be addressed.
Great, thank you so much. That'll bring us to our next applicant, who is Beatrice Rosales. I think that's also the Beth Rosales that we're seeing on screen.
Yes, I believe so. Ms. Rosales, go ahead. You have 1 minute. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Beth, and my legal name is Beatrice Rosales. And so my parents called me Beth since I was little. I'm interested in, I've lived here in Emeryville for almost 4 years now, and also the senior housing, Avalon. And what interests me in joining the commission is actually my experience with the Institute of Aging, my recent experience in a project of theirs called Aging Gracefully. And I was involved with about 20 other seniors who basically gave them some advice and in terms of their planning of curriculum as well as their programs. I come from philanthropy, and I have quite extensive experience in serving on boards and community, and currently I serve on the East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation, which actually owns one of the buildings here in Emeryville. And as well, I am an advisor for a family foundation called the Arch Community Foundation that funds social justice groups around the country. My interest really with the commission is my greater knowledge of issues that affect seniors, like, for example, financial insecurity, physical illnesses, the high cost of health care, and transportation, of course. And thank God we have Emeryville here in the city. And so I'd like to be able to address those with some colleagues with the commission, as well as maybe impact some education programs that we could have for seniors here in the way that the Emeryville Senior Center does, and I'm a member of that, as well as maybe impact some policies that affect seniors in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my question for you, applicant, is what do you see as the biggest obstacle for seniors aging in place in this city?
Actually, the very, very high cost of healthcare, I think, is really an issue for not only seniors in the city, but seniors in general. And as well, the deep income divide that actually speaks of we have residents in Emeryville that make quite a bit of money, and we have residents who are seniors and are indigent. And so how to make that gap and how to basically bring those two communities together, I think it should be an interesting attention to the commission.
Great, thank you very much. Next up, we have Stephen Shane, who is our incumbent applicant tonight.
Yes, Mr. Shane, go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 1 minute to speak. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm sort of shocked that my first 2-year term has ended and a new opportunity is beginning. I joined the Commission on Aging shortly after we moved here a little over 2 years ago, in part to get involved with the community. This is my first experience with municipal government, and I am still learning a lot. I've enjoyed the 2 years, and in particular, probably the most interesting part of what we've been working on is working our way through the domains of the Age-Friendly Cities Initiative. And I look forward to finishing the domains that we haven't addressed yet. I also would say I'm glad to see the number of people who have applied for positions, because there's been quite a bit of turnover in the Commission on Aging, and it's been difficult to attract people. And I have to give credit to John Suter, who has worked very hard to put the word out about the Commission on Aging and get people who would be qualified to apply to be on the commission.
Very good. Thank you so much, Steve. Same question to you as to the other applicants. What do you see as the biggest obstacle to aging in place for Emeryville residents?
I'd have to agree with the others. It's A, the cost of healthcare in general, and B, if you age in place, you have to have services, you have to have home care, either in-home supportive services or nursing services. And there are two issues. Those are expensive, and B, the people who provide who do those jobs work very hard. They have a lot of risks, and they're very poorly paid. And until this country recognizes that and makes some changes, I don't know how that's going to change. But I think that's one of the biggest obstacles. And you know, when I worked I worked for an organization that provided almost a million hours a year in home supportive services. And one of the things we worked on a lot was training. So the cost of services is a real issue. And the thing is, even in advocating with state politicians, I would have state politicians say, vote against increasing compensation for in-home supportive services and other in-home care services. They knew it was needed. They knew that in the long run it was a lower cost for the state to provide these services, but it was not a good way to get elected, and that was very disappointing. So the bottom line is the cost.
Very good, thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, do we have Mr. Turley on the line?
We do not, but we have, he was not able to attend, but he did send in a statement. He requested that I read into the record with your permission.
Please do.
I appreciate being invited, and as I'm spending a lot of time on the subject of home health and the developments in living sciences. This makes me enjoy the best part of my profession. I need to mention that I have a better understanding of the role of the AARP in assisting with WHO, through my regular visits to Paris and France. Our US COA does not explain that the AARP as a foundation is extremely active as the international AARP, which is contributing a lot to the EU Silverico enterprise. The result is that what looks like a major expense in the United States is effectively an expansion of our economy. As an example, the median age in fashion is getting older, which now makes the individual products have a wider market age-wise, so everything is friendly. I also want to mention that John Suter and I have a good conversation, and he is also a tech guy, and we feel that we can have a role in making our Commission on Aging a tech-friendly affair, in particular with Granicus, also for its international contributions in Canada and the UK. Regards, Renee Trelay.
Thank you, Sherry. And now I'll turn it over to public comment. Is there an online speaker card that anyone has submitted on this item?
There are no cards at this time.
Very good, and I'll remind the public that to be recognized, you may use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press *9 if you are calling in on the phone. And I am not seeing any raised hands, so I will bring it back to the committee for discussion. As a liaison to the Commission on Aging, I am very happy to make a motion to appoint Stephen Shane for the term ending in 2025, Jacqueline Carr to a term ending 2023, and Beatrice Rosales to a term ending 2023. I'd be happy for a second or any discussion.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion by myself, a second by Member Medina. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye, and I also just want to express my gratitude to Member John Suter for putting out the word that Commission on Aging is the place to be. So that'll move us to our next item. We are on 6.2.4, looking at applicants to serve on the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So we have terms ending in 2022 and terms ending in 2023. So I'll turn it over to the clerk to begin calling the applicants in order that they appear on the agenda.
All right, first off is Brittany Jernigan. Brittany, go ahead. You have 1 minute, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brittany Jernigan. I'm the Director of Sales at the Hyatt Place in Emeryville. I've been working in this area for just under 2 years, and I believe that I could serve purposely as a large business in this area.
Thank you, Brittany. Very succinct. Colleagues, are there any clarifying questions for Ms. Jernigan? Member Bowders.
Hi, thank you, and welcome, Ms. Jernigan. Just curious, how long have you been working in the hotel industry in sales and marketing?
I've been at this property for just under 2 years, but I've been with the Hyatt brand for nearly 10, and I've been in hospitality for about 12.
Excellent, thank you. Welcome to our city.
Thank you so much.
Member Donahue.
I have a question, Ms. Jernigan, about what your perceptions are about the hospitality industry today, right now, where it is and where it's heading.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. I would say that as a whole, our industry was greatly impacted with COVID-19. We are one of the few industries that our recovery plan is a little different than the norm because we are offering a service. So for my hotel and for many of my colleagues, one of the greatest challenges in this period has been maintaining staff because of course our ability to accommodate hours and labor hours, et cetera, is based on our revenue. And it's been a challenging period, so our bounce back is going to be a little different than a standard business, but I'm hopeful that things will be looking up. I know that many brands are becoming much more flexible with negotiations and also with regards to how we price for our corporate accounts and as well as with group.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, any additional questions? Thank you, applicant. We can move on to the next person, Mr. Kritzberg.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Dave Kritzberg, and I've lived in Emeryville since 2010 and had a business here since 2012. But it's just a small business with no storefront or employees. But I've served on the EDAC for 3 years, initially as a business representative, and then most recently as a residential representative. And I feel like the committee has done a lot of good for the city. We've got really great staff, of course, that we work with, and it's been a very interesting year in the past year. And I feel that I would like to continue to serve and help give some perspective and advice on how to shepherd this city through, the recovery from the pandemic.
Great, thank you for your service. Questions for David Kritzberg? Member Bowers.
Thank you, David. Welcome back. Just could you give us a little more what your small business does when we look at the resident versus small business appointments this evening? Since you're eligible for both, it'd be helpful to know what your small business does.
Sure. I run a 2-man operation and occasionally have other people that I source work out to, but it's really a consulting business, and we advise healthcare startups, surgery centers, hospitals on their financial plans.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any further questions for the applicant? All right, thank you so much. That will bring us to our next applicant, Evan Schneider.
Hello, and thank you for having me here and considering my application. I am relatively new to Emeryville, but grew up in the East Bay. I own a small business in Emeryville on Hubbard Street. We do light manufacturing, 3D printing in particular, prototype making. So I'm a mechanical engineer by training. I moved, I'm all in Emeryville now. I got engaged and moved in, living in Emeryville in apartments, and now working and building this business up over here. And I thought it would just be a very interesting and hopefully helpful experience to be a representative of this committee.
Well, welcome to the city. Colleagues, are there questions for the applicant, Evan Schneider? Member Bowers.
Yeah, we want to get you on our manufacturing day tour, first of all, which I enjoy doing when we have had it pre-COVID. But what kind of fabrication or manufacturing do you do?
So I do, well, I'm zoned here for light manufacturing, excuse me, and with a focus in 3D printing. And so usually the business had been in Santa Clara for the last 5.5 years. My partner in Santa Clara is much older than I am. He's retiring, and so it was a good opportunity for me to move north. I really would prefer to be here in the East Bay and in the South Bay. But in short, we do prototypes, so anywhere between quantity 1 and 100 of mainly plastic, some metal parts for all sorts of applications depending on the client. We do medical device prototypes, we do robotics parts, we do enclosures, brackets, sometimes do some design consulting and help with that, but really we're set up for the light manufacturing part. And it's me and hopefully 2 to 3 employees in the long run. I'm just setting that up right now.
Well, excellent. Thank you for answering the questions. And since I dog walk past one of the 3 buildings that could be on Hubbard Street regularly, I will door knock and find you. Thank you.
You're welcome anytime.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Do you do blonde scanning of parts as digital data to get started?
We don't offer that as a service. I've done that as a hobby, and part of what I do too, some of our clients are artists, and I fancy myself a bit of a sculptor, so I've made gigantic vegetables by 3D scanning the real thing and blowing them up to 6 feet asparagus and things like that. But we don't do that as a service because I'm not really great at it, but I can I can point you in the right direction. We usually work with people that have the data, and then if needed, we'll do little tweaks, but we really try to focus on the manufacturing part.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Colleagues, any other questions for the applicant? No, seeing none, we can move on to incumbent Taryn Siegel.
Taryn, go ahead. You have 1 minute. Hello?
Taryn, you might be muted on your side. We can't hear you yet.
Should we go ahead and do Ms. Walraven and then go back to Taryn?
Yes, Taryn, if you want to try logging off and logging on again, we can come back to you. But at this moment, let's go to Kristen Walraven.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, as you all know, I originally submitted my application originally for this committee. I am very fortunate to serve on the Budget Advisory Committee, so thank you very much for reaffirming me. I think I'm just very excited about that. I still wanted to participate on this committee because I saw that there was, in my discussions related to the Budget Advisory Committee, I was seeing some good synergies between the two committees. I've been doing my own, driving around the city and kind of brainstorming with myself. So it would just be, I would find it very enjoyable to continue those conversations in a very formal group setting with the team. But I must say I am very pleased to see that there's lots of interested applicants. So I certainly understand that will go into your consideration as well. So I'm just very pleased to still be considered. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Are there any questions for the applicant? Nope. We are familiar with the work that you're already doing for the city. Thank you for applying. And we will try to bring it back to applicant Taryn Siegel, an incumbent.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Always a technical difficulty somewhere in the session. I apologize. My name is Taryn Siegel. I'm the CEO of Double Rainbow Ice Cream. I have had the pleasure of serving on EDAC these last couple years. Certainly one that has resonated with all kinds of businesses, and we've had to address things that were pre-pandemic considerations, as well as certainly in the thrust of all the decisions that any business operator, employee, owner, founder, whatever, has to deal with on behalf of everyone's health and safety. I've enjoyed it tremendously. I think that I bring a perspective and hope to continue to bring a perspective that lends to good discussion, valuable thought process, and certainly with the mindset of bringing more good business to the city of Emeryville on behalf of the opportunities that are here for both residents and all of us who work here every day. So I welcome the opportunity and thanks for the consideration again.
Great, thank you, Taryn. Any questions for the applicant? Member Bowders.
Do you make banana ice cream yet?
Oh, I do. I make banana and I make a non-dairy banana.
Perfect.
So
I had to check in. I've had the pumpkin. I just needed to check in.
We've all hit the pumpkin.
Yeah, we've had. I need to come over when the truck comes down our street and get my banana.
Fair enough. Just do the wave, and
Sorry, I just had to lighten the mood. It's a long evening.
It is.
Any other questions for the applicant, colleagues? Nope. Member O'Donoghue?
What's really interesting about your company is I've been in the Bay Area going on almost 50 years, and your company I became aware of almost from the moment I got here. The durability of your company is remarkable. Is there anything you would ascribe that to?
I think that we always listen to our customers. I also think that we look at what happens in the marketplace and sometimes you play in certain channels and sometimes you don't. And we've always built our business on relationships, not just account metrics. And I think that has worked well for us, on behalf of our fans. And so we strive to continue to do that, while keeping our products as delectable as they are, and people yearning for my van to stop and toss goodies out back.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. At this time, I will check to see if there is any public comment on item 6.24. Sherry, has anyone turned in an electronic speaker card?
They have not.
And for those attendees who would like to speak, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press star 9 if you're calling in. You will be given 1 minute if you'd like to speak to this item. I'm seeing no raised hands, so I will bring it back for discussion or for a motion. Member Bowders?
I just have a preliminary comment, which is I want to really thank Chad Smalley for his effort as, I always get your title wrong, Chad, it's like, gets it wrong in my head. Economic Development Coordinator, I think, is something close to that. Manager, one of those two. Yeah, manager, I think. It's director, it should be one of those things. So in any event, I just want to thank you for all the work you do in keeping everybody together. And I just want to say, with no disrespect to any prior iteration of specific members, but this committee has come such a long way. This committee, the membership of this committee, the current day membership of this committee is just fantastic, and the quality of these applicants is fantastic. And I just want to express my interest as I'm not the liaison to this committee. I know Member Donahue is, so I'm interested to hear his thoughts, but I just want to put a couple high-level thoughts out there, which is the city is going to have to really tackle some economic issues, as all cities are going to have to do in the coming years. That's going to have an impact on businesses and the economy, but we're also reacting to them and trying to find ways to support them. And when I look at the current membership roster, which is in the attachments, and I see that we have a large retail business with Decathlon being represented. We have Mary Lou Thierkoff, who's been fantastic and so energetic on advertising and supporting the business community. We have Bill Reuter, who's a member from the business or the budget advisory committee. We have a nonprofit member. I just really want to put a throw in for having someone from the hotel hospitality industry as the large representative. I just really think that's super important right now. And I also think having a person who comes from the manufacturing space, just because we are a unique city in that we do have a substantial manufacturing overlay and opportunities here for that. So having that perspective economically to keep our city's economy diverse, I just think those are two really important perspectives. And I really appreciate that we have choices tonight. And I hope there's somebody who doesn't get a position, I get that. But whoever it is, I just hope that you'll reapply because you were all qualified in my opinion. And I just wanted to share those thoughts to start.
Thank you, Member Bowders. Member Donahue.
I just want to second everything that John said, and especially thank Chad for the work that he has done around our city and his really paying attention to the diversity of business and trying to figure out why people are here, what we can do to help them be here, and to make sure that we have a vital business community. And I think that it's just especially important for us now. So thank you, Chad, and for everyone who's applying.
Thank you, Member Donahue. Any other discussion? I'm happy to defer to you, Scott, to make the motion. And if you just want to follow along with Member Bowders' logic, I'm in support of that as well, and we can workshop the motion together.
Okay, I would like to support everyone and accept that, I hope I'm not alienating our budget advisor by saying that we really could use this new manufacturing member. And I hope to see your application in the future. And really, I know that you and the company you work for has been important to our city.
I think we're all grateful to Kirsten Emoryville for her service on the Budget Advisory Committee and grateful for it that she's even willing to serve on both of these very important committees to the city. But in taking your direction, I'll go ahead and make a motion to appoint Brittany Jernigan as the business representative to a term ending June 30th, 2022. And then David Kritz, this is just random, so if anyone wants to switch them around, let me know. But David Kritzberg as resident, I know you're a small business owner as well, but just because we can, David Kritzberg as resident, and Evan Schneider and Terrence Siegel as small business representatives to serve on the Economic Development Advisory Committee for terms ending in 2023. Do I have a second?
I second.
So we have a motion by myself and a second by member Donahue. And Sherry, I know that was a mouthful, so let me know if you need me to repeat anything.
I think I got it. I'll go ahead and call the roll. Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez?
Aye. Thank you, that passes unanimously. That'll bring us to item 6.25. And here we will be, we will be appointing members to the Housing Committee at this time. So do we have our applicants ready to go? First up, we have a new applicant, Natasha Grandy.
Yes,
Hello.
Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Natasha Grandy, and I have been a resident here in Emeryville for about 5 years. I am a renter, and this is my first time going for something like this, and I just heard a lot of gripes around me, and I just said instead of being a part of the problem, how can I be a part of the solution? So I looked into it and applied, and I'm here.
Thank you, Natasha, for applying. And I also serve as the liaison to the Housing Committee. So I'd like to ask you, what are the biggest gripes that you're hearing from the community in terms of housing here in the city?
For one while, we were getting our mailbox were getting broken into. So that was a big thing with either my mail was stolen, pricing, of course. And just if you're trying to move, the prices are so high, and the alternatives like the waiting list, if you need low income or something like that, it's such a big competition.
Very good. Thank you so much, Natasha. Are there any other questions for the applicant, colleagues?
I just, as a former defense attorney and housing justice attorney, I just want to thank Natasha for her perspective and for applying.
And Natasha, I'm happy to have a renter applying as well. I'll just make that comment now. Colleagues, if there are no further questions, we will move on to our next applicant, which is Incumbent Chris Owens. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Can
You've got a minute, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I have been on the Housing Committee since the beginning, whenever it was initiated in the early 90s. And I've been on it most of the time, except for a political disagreement with some of the council members where I was kicked out for a while. I love being on there. First of all, I think Valerie is the best person to run this organization, and she is just fabulous to work with. And I think Erica is just a great breath of fresh air, and so is Cheryl. It's just a really fun committee to be on, and I do, however, miss John with all of his comments last year. So Diane, you're really much more subtle in the way.
I need to step it up.
No, you just, I think you've got enough of an active group there, to keep talking and talking and talking, So I would love to get reappointed to this committee.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions for the incumbent? No, thank you, Chris. I definitely value your presence on the committee. Thank you for reapplying. Next up, we have Courtney Welch.
I don't see Courtney on the call, but there is a phone-in caller. So Courtney, if that's you, could you please raise your hand and then I can allow you to speak?
Courtney, if you're on the phone, please press *9. That will allow us to recognize you. All right, well, we'll come back in case Courtney shows up.
We can move to Erica Zepko then.
Yes, let's, our incumbent and chair, Erica Zepko, you have a minute.
Thank you so much to Mayor Martinez. My name is Erica Zepko. I am currently the chair of the Housing Committee, and I have been for the last roughly a year. And I've been on the committee since October of 2019. I've been lucky enough to work with Councilmember Bowders as well as Vice Mayor Martinez. I agree with the comments that Chris made. I love our committee and I love how passionate everybody is about trying to make affordable housing a reality for our citizens. I actually am a real estate attorney as well as a mortgage broker and real estate advisor. I feel like I bring a unique perspective, but I'm also a renter, right? So I like to feel that I have a balanced view. And I would love to be considered to continue serving you on this committee. I also, I guess, would lastly like to add, I'm also a planning commissioner. Having kind of both of those perspectives, I think, is allowing me to contribute in a unique way.
Very good. Thank you, Erica. Are there any questions for Chair Zepko? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open this up for public comment, and I'll check in with our city clerk to see if anyone has submitted an electronic speaker card for this item.
No cards, but a hand was just raised.
Okay, attendee, you will have 1 minute to speak to the item of appointments for Housing Committee.
Go ahead, John.
Actually, I'm taking this opportunity, Mayor, because there's such a great audience, to state that everyone listening can see and hear the appreciation of the council for all of you that subscribe to becoming a committee member and for your help for their job, which is very extensive. And secondly, I encourage everyone not just to be a committee member, but to sit in as public to gain the perspective of just how high quality these meetings are run, especially BPAC, which is the top of my quality list. So anyway, I just wanted to take that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And if that was Mr. John Suter, then I just want to share my appreciation with the community that we have Mr. Suter in this city, because he is just, he's a pleasure to serve with on Commission on Aging, and he is drumming up new membership and putting the word out there that service on our local committees and commissions is really fulfilling and worthy of our time. Member Bowders.
I just wanted to say, I'm going to have to do, we just did the budget, but I'm going to have to do a review to see whether we have John Suter on contract for advertising for our city, because, man, that guy does such a great job for us. So thank you, John, for being here and for your kind words and your continued advocacy. I just want to put in a word. All three of these applicants are fantastic. I think they'll all do a great job. I know them, so I know that they'll do a great job. I just want to, for Courtney Welch, who's not here, if members are shy about appointing someone who we didn't hear from, I just want to say that she would offer a very diverse perspective, in my opinion, and she represents the Bay Area Community Land Trust, and she works there, and they do affordable housing through cooperative housing models, and so I just think a person with her experience just kind of further builds out this powerhouse of not exclusively, but mostly amazing women who have different ownership, tenant, and work experience in the housing and housing justice space that just really gives us an amazing kind of committee. So I would just put in a word for her today.
And is there any other discussion, colleagues? Member Medina?
Yeah, I would just like to say that I appreciate all the applicants for diving in on this issue, and also that it is fantastic. As a renter who's on the city council, I always encourage renters to apply, because we do make up a majority of the city, and very often in city politics are underrepresented voice, but uniquely impacted by the choices of elected officials.
Very good. I was sufficiently impressed by Ms. Welch's application. Having worked with the merge and with everyone home, I think that she probably has a very specific and voice that we will value on the housing committee. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for all 4 of these applicants to be appointed as community members with terms ending 2023, and I'll look for a second.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one of these seats is an expiring term of 2022, so there's one shorter term.
And we can, there's 5 that are 23 that we could give them all the long terms.
Yeah, that's what my.
Oh, and just, I'm sorry, okay, and then.
Nope, we'll just leave that shorter term one empty for now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Very good, so that's the motion, is there a second?
That was my second, yeah.
Great. And so there's a motion by myself and a second by Member Bowders. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And that brings us to applicants to the Parks and Recreation Committee. We will begin with Yasser Alwan when our clerk is ready.
Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Yasser Alwan, and I've been a renter in Emeryville for about 7-8 years. And I love the city of Emeryville, and I love everything about it. And I would be very happy to be part of the Parks and Recreation Committee. I think one challenge that we have here at our beautiful city is that there's just not a lot of green spaces, and I would really be happy to be working on that.
Great. Colleagues, do you have any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Thank you, Yasser, for your application. Next up, we have Alejandro.
Scott is Sanders.
Oh, Vice Mayor Donahue, I apologize, I missed your hand. Go ahead.
Yasser, is your appreciation of our city based on what aspect do you like about our city?
So there's just a lot of places you can go to. The mall, this is like one of my favorite places to go there. And also there's the park that's 1 block away from the post office, Dale Hollis Park, that I love. When I drive through the city, like the streets and everything about it, it has like its unique vibe that's different from, let's say, Oakland or Berkeley. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Any other questions for this applicant? No? Thank you, Yasser. Next up, we'll have Alejandro Anasal, an incumbent.
And I don't see him on the call unless he's that phone number. So if that's you, please raise your hand. Or also if that is Jenica Dunbar. I don't have either of those 2 applicants on the call that I know of.
Very good. If you are calling in via phone and you need to be part of this conversation, please press star 9 to be recognized if you're one of the applicants. Okay.
So we can go to Brian Donahue then in that case.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. 1 minute.
Lived in Emeryville. I've lived and worked in Emeryville for 40 plus years. I'll have to say that Emeryville is the most park poor city in the East Bay. The parks we have here I think are fantastic generally. We just don't have enough acreage and they're not spread around the city enough. So as you know, pretty sure every one of you know that for every new 1,000 residents we get in Emeryville, we're going to get 3 acres of new park land. Never mind working people moving in too for project development projects, let's get more park land, more park acreage. But the city, for whatever reason, has not been able to leverage that, and we've been getting worse over time, and vis-a-vis acreage of parkland per resident. So now with the Sacramento intervening, crushing that, making all these new rules saying that we can't leverage that. We're going to have to do a park bond, I believe. So I think that should be central to the committee's work, is working on a park bond moving forward to try to deliver much needed park acreage to the city of Emeryville.
Okay, thank you, applicant. Are there any questions for this applicant? Member Bowders.
Thank you. My question for you on your park bond suggestion is someone who previously proposed that concept. What conditions do you think are required in order for a park bond to be successful financially in the city?
Well, it would be paid for by the residents or through business. And we would have, it's basically a PR issue. We'd have to, parks are incredibly popular. We know that from over the years through various surveys that we've done. So I think there probably would be enough interest to be able to get one done. But as far as I'm concerned, it's basically a non-starter. I'm not non-starter, misspoke. It's something that we have to do, because we can't leverage development anymore to get parks, and that ship has already sailed. So our only choice are park bonds. So that's the only solution for us. So we have to move forward on park bonds, no matter how, whatever it takes. That's what I see.
My follow-up question, Madam Mayor, if I may, one question, is in follow-up to that, normally you don't issue bonds unless you have properties that are in a position to be developed, because you're forcing people to pay taxes on property without having a developable location. And so we own multiple properties through the redevelopment agency, and so a housing bond was appropriate because we had these properties that were ready for development with an investment. So what properties does the city own today that are cited for Zone 4 could be made into parks with a park bond?
I don't know. I haven't explored it. I'm just beginning to think about this. But I just know that we can't leverage development anymore. And the only other alternative is to have no more parks in Emeryville as our population continues to grow, and that's not viable. So I would look into any way possible to do park bonds. And so that you know a lot about it. So I would, if I were on the committee, I would ask you, Councilmember Bowders, to come to the committee and tell us about your ideas about that. So the answer is, the short answer is, I don't know, but I would certainly want to find out.
Okay, thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this applicant? Okay, all right, thank you for your application. And Sherry, you said Jenica Dunbar does not appear to be on the line, is that correct?
I do not see her, no.
Okay, and then we do have Natasha Grandy, who we just appointed to our housing committee. Natasha, you'll have 1 minute, please.
Hello, me again. I just wanted to be a part of something, so I did apply for both things that interest me, which was housing and parks and recreation. So my interest in parks and recreations, I am a social person, and I am great with putting things together, volunteering, help build a community. I just want to be a part of something, so I went for both items that interested.
Great, thank you, Natasha. Are you still, do you have the capacity to serve on both committees and the bandwidth, rather?
If it's possible, I can.
Okay, well, thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions for this applicant? Member Bowders.
Hi, thanks. Natasha, what's your favorite park in the city that you use, and how do you use it?
Dole Hollis Park Site C.
You have the table picked out and everything. And what do you do? And what do you do there? You have a family picnic or lunch?
Yes, usually I do maybe just one thing a year. My family is pretty spread out, and that's like the perfect park, and everyone loves it there because it's always clean, the bathroom's good, and it's just a great location. The parking is great, and it has something for the teenagers, something for the youth. You can see from side to side, so it's just the best park ever.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you.
Colleagues, I agree. Are there any other questions for this applicant, colleagues? Okay, seeing none, we will bring this to public comment. I'll check in with our city clerk to see if anyone has submitted any electronic comments for the appointments to the Parks and Rec Committee.
No comments at this time.
Thank you. And attendees, if you wish to be recognized, you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom or press *9 if you're calling in. And I see no raised hands at this time, so I'll bring it back to my colleagues for discussion or a motion. Member Donahue.
I think Brian Donahue has suggested an idea that I've never considered, which is we own our city streets. And we have some of our city streets that have extra space on them. Perhaps that is an approach that we could use to develop some of those spaces using a park bond. And I think that's a novel idea. And with that, I would like to nominate for the 3 seats the following people. Yasser Alwan, Alejandro Anasol, who I've seen on our committee. He's got fabulous background in forest management, and Brian Donahue.
Member Medina.
Just because I absolutely cannot let a man take credit for my idea, I put the Village Greens on our CIP, which is literally designed to reclaim public space out of streets, Scott. You voted in favor of it.
Yes, and I love
A woman came up with that idea, not some dude on public comment tonight. That's it. That's the end of my comment.
What my point is that this is a potential way to fund your idea. That's all.
You said I never considered using our public streets for this, and I just have to say I found it a little offensive because I literally had a full line advantage for
my apologies, but I mean, I meant it as never considered that we could do a park bond for this approach on our public streets.
Okay, appreciate the clarification.
Oh, you're on me. Are you calling me?
Member Baberton.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Can a park bond be used to improve a public street?
If we don't wait, I'm sorry. If we don't.
Can I get my question? Can I get my question answered actually first? Just.
But my concern is, your question is not germane to what our conversation is.
Oh, actually it is, because if the entire applicant's application is about doing this, and that's the whole thing, and the motion is to put him on for that reason, then I don't want to approve him if he can't do it.
Got it.
It depends on the purpose of how the capital funds would be spent, Councilmember. We wouldn't be acquiring our own streets, obviously, but capital construction can be funded with general obligation bond funding. We need to look into it a little more carefully, but there are 2 purposes for general obligation bonds. One is acquisition, the other is
infrastructure. So arguably a street could be made into a park space and by the city's choice, and then you could arguably infrastructure it. You don't have a solid answer, but it's a possibility is what you're saying.
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Member Pats, did you have any other comments?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so there is there's a motion on the table to appoint Yasser Alwan, Alejandro Anasol, and Brian Donahue. Is there a second on this motion? And if there's not, is there a substitute motion? Okay, that motion dies without a second. It looks like we need to maybe have a conversation about what we're looking for our Parks and Rec committee. Can we all agree that the incumbent, Alejandro Anasol, should be reappointed? Are folks amenable to adding that to? Okay. So that'll be at the top of our motion, Alejandro. I'm not sure how to go about this, colleagues. Does anyone have a suggestion on who the other 2 applicants should be? Christian?
You know, I can support Natasha and Yasser being the other 2 applicants on parks. I respect, I think there are some things that Yasser needs to develop, but I think parks is a good place for that to happen. And I think Natasha has shown that she's ready to step out and support our city And so I would add that to your first name and make that the formal motion. Don't know that I'll get a second, but I'll throw that out there.
There's a second on this motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion by member Pats, a second by member Medina. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Thank you to all of the applicants. We really appreciate you applying for this very important committee. That'll take us next to appointments to the Public Art Committee. This is item 6.2.7. And Christian, you're the liaison to this committee. And seeing as how there are three applicants and three spaces to appoint, I was wondering if you might like to make any suggestions before we go into interviews.
I'm going to follow Member Bauer's lead here and take a moment and appreciate the hard work and the great job that Amber does on this committee. This is, I think, I can't speak to all the other committees, but it's definitely the most lively committee we have and the most passionate about decisions they make and the most free-flowing with their ideas. Everybody has one and wants to share it, and we'll get it out till the bitter end, and those meetings run long, and Amber does an amazing job of keeping that all together and getting them to come to a consensus, and it's really just great to see. So I want to start by thanking her for that work, and then say, these are three very strong applicants, and while I'm open to hearing from them, I think they would make great additions to the Public Art Committee. And we'll be making that motion. I don't want to stop anybody from having the moment to introduce themselves, but spoiler alert, I will be making a motion to appoint all three of them to the 3 open seats.
Very good, and thank you for graciously making those opening comments. Colleagues, do we need to hear from the applicants? I'm familiar with all of our applicants and I'm grateful for their contributions to our community. Scott?
I would like to second Christian's proposal here. So nominating all three of them. Familiar with. And
I will happily take that second after the mayor goes for public comment.
Yes, so
and then I'll make my motion.
That's okay. You can make a motion in a second before public comment. It's not out of order. So if that's the case, we're happy to consider what you said a motion, Christian, and consider your second, Scott. At this time, we will open it up for public comment. And this public comment is also open to the applicants, Bonnie, Rick, and Emily. We're happy to hear from you as well at this time. So I'll check in first with Sherry Hartz, our clerk, to see if anyone has submitted electronic comment.
They have not.
And if anyone on the Zoom call wishes to be recognized, please go ahead and use the raise hand feature. If you're calling in, please press *9. And I see Emily has her hand raised. So let's go ahead and recognize Emily for 1 minute.
Hi, I'll keep it short because I know it's been a long meeting, but I just wanted to say that it's been a real pleasure sitting on the path, and I'm excited to continue that work.
Thank you, Emily. Seeing no other hands raised, we'll bring it back to my colleagues. Christian?
Yeah, so since I've already made the motion, what I will do is I want to say one thing. What I really appreciate about the three applicants is that they bring a diverse background of supporting artists that are not from the traditional Western canon. And I would ask going forward on the Public Art Committee that you really look to artists who represent the community and really, most importantly, represent the diversity and the full spectrum of our community, and not those who just best, I don't know the right way to say it, whose art best reflects the Western canon. I think it's important going forward that we look beyond that and look to a lot of cutting edge things. I'm always surprised when we are asked to purchase art that the artists that were in contention for it tend to look a little bit too much like me. and their art tends to look too much like classical Western art and not enough like what I see in other towns surrounding us. That really is a reflection of the people who live in the community and a reflection of just a very, very current thing. So I will ask that you do that, and with that, I support the motion of appointing all three. I'll get off my soapbox and go back on mute.
Very good. Any other comments, colleagues, before we go to a vote? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion by Member Patz and a second by Vice Mayor Donahue. Scott, did you want to say something?
No.
Okay. Sherry, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Patz?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. That passes unanimously, and a thank you to Member Patz for his service as the liaison to this committee. This adjourns this meeting at 7:25 p.m. And colleagues, with your indulgence, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at 7:30 for the successor agents meeting. So see you in 5. And Sherry, you let me know when you're ready to go.
I am ready.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order this meeting of the City of Emeryville as successor to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency. Please bear with me while I read some introductory remarks. I'd like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided for under the Governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. During the public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV channel 27 and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville website at emeryville.org and clicking on Council Agendas and Videos. Once there, you will see a link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the Raise Your Hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda, as well as e-notification and on social media. I'll turn to the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Pats?
Present.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Next, here. And next up, we've got approval of the final agenda. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Member Pats, a second by Member Donahue. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Colleagues, any ex parte communications to report? Seeing none, that'll move us to the public comment portion of this meeting. Now's the time for public comment. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. At this time, I'll ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via the online comment card or whether anyone's got their hand raised in Zoom.
No comment cards, and I don't see any raised hands.
Very good, thank you. I will close public comment, which brings us to the consent calendar. Colleagues, any questions, discussions, or motions?
So I move the consent calendar.
Second the motion.
We have a motion by Member Pats and a second by Member Bouders. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And we have no action items this meeting, so that adjourns this meeting at 7:33. And when you're ready, Sherry, I'll begin the regular meeting.
One moment. Okay, go ahead.
All right, the time is 7:34. I'm calling to order this regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Emeryville. The date is Tuesday, June 15th, and all of my introductory remarks for the last meeting still stand, and we are all still here, which will move us to item 3, which is approval of a final agenda. Colleagues, does anyone have anything that they need to move around, or can we go ahead and approve the agenda as it stands? Do we have a motion?
I move approval of the standing agenda.
And I'll go ahead and second it. So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Donahue, a second by myself. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Passes unanimously. There are no special orders of the day. We just did all of our commission and committee vacancies. And Sherry, is there anything else to announce besides the new vacancy left by the chair of the Planning Commission?
No, that'll suffice for now.
Okay, thank you. We're on to item 6, council member special announcements and reports on meeting attendance. And I will take a personal point of privilege to address that I believe this is Member Pat's last meeting with us. And I'm going to do the embarrassing bit where I say, well, I will not only miss him as a member of this council and the community, I'm getting a little foggy-eyed now, but as a friend and neighbor who has demonstrated his generosity in a million ways. And we're really going to be missing out by seeing him go. So I'm glad to know that he's keeping a pied-à-terre in town, and we will hopefully see his face and the faces of his lovely family a lot when they're just sick of nature and they really want to enjoy city life again. So those are my comments for this evening. Colleagues, does anyone else have any special announcements or reports on meetings attended? Member Bowders.
Do we get to roast him tonight, or is he coming back to get something from us where we get to roast him? I mean, I was expecting, usually they have their last meeting, and then the following meeting or subsequent meeting, we have we give them, kind of like a proclamation or something about all the things that they did while they're on. So I just want to know if I'm supposed to roast him ad lib right now or wait to do that.
We can do both.
Okay, well, I'm going to wait because it's never good to play all your cards too early. But I just want to say, I'll just say at a high level, sad to see you leave, and hopeful that the change in your family's life is one that's beneficial to you, the same way that I know that it will be beneficial for the others who benefit from what you provide as a professional service. So thank you.
Member Medina.
I'll certainly be sad to never sit on the dais and get all the snarky comments up close and personal in my future again. It's really one of the things I'm going to miss the most about you, Councilmember Pats. That aside, your incredibly warm and stable presence on our council, I think you're going to be greatly missed in our community. And when I first met you, my thought was, wow, this guy really has a passion before and against the school board, and nothing you've done since has changed that impression. And I think that just speaks to the testament of how much you care about those most affected by bodies in this community. So thank you for all your work on various bodies that you've done for the city.
I just want to thank you also for those parties, those informal parties at your house make for a kind of real community. And I'm just going to miss that. That's like, you helped make our town.
Thank you. I appreciate all those. If I may.
Please.
Went to the Housing Authority Committee meeting, my last one there, nothing to report out. But I just want to make note of that because meeting attended. This is my final meeting, and it has been my experience that when people step away from things like city council, generally for me it's coaches leaving teams and things, they always say something, it's either under the cloud of darkness and scandal, and they say something about doing it for their family. And I want to make it clear there is no scandal, and I'm purely doing this for the money. It's total greed. That said, it has been an honor and a pleasure to serve. I'm not sure I can make it back for the roast. I'll check my calendar, no book that evening. But I will say, I wasn't going to mention the school board, but since Allie opened the door, I'm going to walk through it. I think schools in our town are really important, and I think education is really critical, and I don't know that we are big enough to sustain that. We have very few school-age kids in town, which is, I think, it took me a while to come around to that position when others had suggested it, but I think I am fully there. That said, I do believe families are important. I think they come in a variety of styles. I don't want to get stuck with saying it's traditional families. I think we bought our house with the intent of not raising a family, but having a home for my mother-in-law. And I encourage, as we go forward, that you guys stick to the unit mix that was passed a few years ago. I encourage you to get a bathroom at Tennis Creek Park. We heard today one of the joys of Doyle Hollis is the bathrooms are always clean. And I also encourage you as we go forward to be very thoughtful before you let developers tear down homes. Although another applicant pointed out that the state has tied our hands on a lot of that. But there is value to, it's like cut into this redwood framed house. There's a particular smell that it's just a waste to knock it down. And finally, for as much as I think we can't support a public school on its own, ECDC has been an invaluable piece of this community, as much as our Parks and Rec department has. And I would encourage you, as we run into a fiscal iceberg, that those programs, whether it's the senior center, our rec program, or ECDC, really tie people to the communities in a way that my parties never could. And with that, I'll go back on mute and say thank you and miss all of you. But let's get to our work, because that's why we're here tonight.
Thank you. And I'll just remind Member Pats that the governor says we could do a teleconference till September 30th. So we have a nice long runway. Whenever you can make it back, we will have a special presentation for you. I will be sure to make that happen. Thank you. So that brings us along to the city manager's report. Is there anything to report this evening?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add the words of staff to the gratitude of your colleagues, Councilmember Pats. We just, as staff, we wanted to particularly recognize and thank you for your steadiness of leadership during the first year of the pandemic. That was a completely unexpected thing for everyone, but I think for that to be your mayoral term must have been particularly challenging, and you just provided us such steady support, and you were always there for us, and we really, really appreciated it. And I just want to convey that to you and to the public, how great that was to have you in that chair at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will add that at the time, Mayor Pats made running a Zoom meeting look really easy, which it is not. So thank you for setting the table for that. That brings us to ex parte communications. Does anyone have anything to report this evening? Member Bowders?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item 12.2, which is the resolution related to Assembly Bill 122 as the presidential appointee to the League of Cities Transportation Committee, I have met with many city members and stakeholders, including Cal Bike, as we took up this item last week ourselves. So I've met with a ton of people about that.
Very good. Thank you for reporting that. Member Medina?
Regarding 12.2, I've spoken with Cal Bike and Laura McCamey, member of BPAC.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to public comment for consent agenda and items not on the agenda. Now's the time for the public comment portion of this meeting. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. This time I'll ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via the online comment card, or if anyone has raised their hand to make audio comments.
No comment cards, but there was one raised hand.
Okay, speaker, you will have 3 minutes.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. We've had Charlie Bryant. He's been the director of planning in Emeryville for, decades. Handpicked by the late Nora Davis, Councilmember Davis. And I'm going to start referring to Charlie as the Paul Wolfowitz of Emeryville. You'll recall back in the run-up to the invasion, George W. Bush's invasion of Iraq, there was a whole bunch of talking heads on CNN and network news, New York Times, or all these experts saying that we must invade Iraq. And then later, when it was revealed to all be a scam based on lies and the weapons of mass destruction lie, all those talking heads continue to be deferred to as public policy experts, like Wolfowitz and David Fromm and all those jokers. And so the media could never really like cut them loose. Just like Emeryville cannot cut loose Charlie Bryant. I mean, he has lied to the decision makers, the council, on numerous occasions. For instance, back during the Page Mill project, this is directly from council member Jennifer West's husband. He sent a letter to the council complaining that Charlie Bryant had deceived the council into trying to get the council to vote to cut down trees associated with that project by omitting critical information. Similarly, at the Sherwin-Williams project, with the undergrounding of the utilities, as you'll recall, Charlie Bryant told the decision makers, you must do it, it can't be helped. The underground utilities are going to, or make it so we must cut these trees down. So, those were determined to be untruths. Adrian West discovered the first one, and then the second one was seen by all of you. And yet Charlie Bryant continues on as the expert planning director. Why is it that this city seems to be incapable of getting rid of people that have shown to not be operating in good faith? It's just beyond me. Seems like for good public policy, we should have good personnel. And I urge you to replace Charlie Bryant and get somebody in there that's good, that won't lie to you. Thank you.
I'm going to take a point of personal privilege.
Of course you are.
Respond briefly to this, to ask that the staff not be maligned in these meetings, and to say I disagree with you, Mr. Donahue, that I don't believe Mr. Bryant has represented any factual misrepresentations. So I'll leave it at that. That will bring us to, and if you, I just want to also note that we've got a meeting that is agendized for 8 o'clock to discuss the trees on Horton Street. If that's what your comment is about, that is the appropriate forum for that comment. That will bring us to consent items. Colleagues, do you have any questions or anything to pull on this? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion in a second. Member Bowders.
I just want to thank the city staff for acting so quickly on item 10.8, and to Nancy Humphrey and the others on staff and environmental department who have been working religiously to get this, what I look at as a giant washing machine in front of the street that eats all the cigarette butts and Cheetos bags. And I just am very excited that we're having this. It's going to do a huge number for those of us who do shoreline cleanups all the time. This is going to have a massive positive impact on shoreline cleanup. And so the giant street washing machine, trash eater machine, just glad that we got there with Caltrans and it's on the agenda tonight. So I'd be happy to move the consent calendar.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to second. And I just want to say, I said this before when our Public Works Director was Andrew, I want to see this thing eat the garbage. So please, when it starts going, like if there's any way to either see it in operation or take a peek under the hood when it's not operating, if that part's not safe, I want to see this thing. And I'm excited about it as well. Thank you for bringing that up. So there is a motion and a second on the table. A motion by Member Bowders, a second by myself. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. The consent calendar passes unanimously. There are no public hearings tonight, and our first action item is actually an informational item on construction noise waivers. Colleagues, do we need a presentation on this?
Madam Mayor, if I could just interrupt, this is a request, a referral from Councilmember Pats a couple months ago, and Mr. Bryant has a short overview of the information if you're interested in hearing it. Again, as you noted, this is an informational item for discussion. It's not for any action this evening. If you would like us to do further research or you have any questions about the information, we're happy to do that. So Mr. Bryant's available.
Sorry, I was on mute. Colleagues, would you like to hear the brief overview from our planning director?
I mean, I would defer. Member Pats requested it. I appreciate him requesting it. I would be interested in hearing what the staff have, but I would defer to Member Pats.
I think it seems reasonable to hear from, he took the time to prepare it, so.
Very good, and I see Charlie is here with us, so I will, the chair will recognize Planning Director Charlie Braddock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. As the City Manager said, this is an informational report on construction noise waivers. It was requested by Councilmember Pats at your April 6th meeting. He requested and received majority support to direct staff to compile 2 years of data on noise ordinance waivers, including how many were approved or denied. As the council knows, the noise waiver stipulates that, the noise ordinance, stipulates that general construction noise shall be limited to from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. On weekdays, and that the council also may allow construction noise beyond those hours upon request, and that requires that the City Council hold a notice public hearing on a noise waiver request, and also provides that certain conditions may be included if the council approves such a request. The noise ordinance also provides that in an urgent situation, the City Manager, Planning Director, or Public Works Director may approve weekend or night work. And when approving weekend or night work, staff shall notify the City Council and Planning Commission as soon as possible. As you know, whenever staff approves an urgent noise waiver, the City Council and Planning Commission are all copied on that approval. So we prepared a table that summarizes construction noise waivers that have been requested since January of 2019, which actually is about 2.5 years worth of data. In that time, there have been 25 such requests. 9 of those were decided by the City Council, 4 by the Public Works Director, and 12 by the Planning Director. Of the council requests, 1 was denied, 1 was continued, 1 was withdrawn, and 6 were approved. And of the urgent noise waivers decided by the Planning Director and Public Works Director, all of those were approved. There were 16, I believe. For these 16 urgent requests, the reason for the urgency is indicated in the table that is attached to the report. And these requests all involve situations that were not anticipated sufficiently in advance to have been scheduled for a City Council hearing. The lead time for that is typically at least 3 weeks. So when we get a request for a noise waiver that needs to be done in less time than it would take to get something on a City Council agenda, then that qualifies as an urgent request, and that is processed by staff. So it's all summarized in the table that is attached to your staff report, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions. And as the City Manager said, we'd also be happy to do any further research you may wish us to do.
Holly, any clarifying questions on the informational report? No? Seeing none? Sherry, has any public comment been submitted on this item?
There are no comment cards, and I don't see any raised hands.
All right, members of the public, I'll remind you, if you're joining via Zoom, you may use the raise hand function to be recognized. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. And seeing no raised hands, we will go ahead and close the public comment portion and bring it back for discussion. Is there any further direction to staff regarding the process of these noise ordinance waivers?
So, I'm not quite ready to give direction to staff, and I would actually feel kind of awkward doing it because I won't be here when that direction is followed through on. But I wanted to take a moment to talk about what I looked at this data and what led to sort of this whole thing. And you know, if you recall, we didn't really call these urgent waivers. We used to call them emergency noise waivers, and then it was pointed out they really are urgent is the term in the noise ordinance. When they come to the City Council, we generally approve them, although these are the only 2 that weren't immediately approved. One was denied, and the other was continued based on us wanting more information and really a thoughtful discussion. The remainder that all went straight to the Planning Commission, to Charlie, were just approved. There were none in his data that were not approved. And looking through the reasons, I sort of, and forgive me, I'm using devices that are not ideal for me. I don't have a laptop at the moment, but In looking through it, what I noticed is a pretty strong pattern of approval for, I'm sorry, what I looked for when I looked through this data was two different things. Was this something that was truly urgent and unforeseeable, or what I would call unpredictable, versus something that, to me as a person who works in construction, I should be aware of happening? And so as I went through the list, I found things like gas leak, or minimizing the impact on the public for the electricity being turned off by PG&E. Those seem to me to be things that were not run-of-the-mill, not predictable things. The remaining of them were concrete pouring and forecast of rain for working on the evenings. And to me, concrete pouring is something that is happening in all modern construction. We kind of know how concrete pouring goes. We also know that in California, it's less of a deal, but it does rain here. And I think in 3 or 4 more years, it's safe to say we will have more rain. And so I think those are things that are predictable and not urgent. And what I would encourage is that we update the noise ordinance to anything that is not predictable, or find some wording, and I think staff will need to work on this, that says, you know what, if you want to work in evenings or on the weekends, which are all the requests are for, that you need to come to the city council, make your case, and then we're going to have a trade-off, because it's about community good. We have decided that there's a community good being able to have a quiet home when you come home at 6 o'clock at night, and to not wake up to construction on a Saturday morning. So based on what we have seen here, and basically it's once a month, so this is something that happens fairly frequently, it would be worth it for you guys to really take up this issue of noise waivers and the city noise ordinance. Because at this point, I don't think there's a reason to have the ordinance if we're just going to say to everyone, go ahead and work extended hours. So with that, I'll throw it back to the rest of my colleagues.
Colleagues, does anyone else have anything to share on this item? Member Donahue.
I think that I'm just thinking about Lennar in particular. When you have a pour that is as large as they were doing, they have to decide how much they're going to do in one go. And that's an engineering decision based upon their concrete supply and the length of the day. I mean, they are seemingly choosing to do something that they know might not be possible. It's just like if I'm just looking at it without really researching the scale of their work, that's the implication to all these large pours that require after-hours work. The good thing about it was that the after-hours work was not very loud, even though they were on site. But I'm just saying that, is there a way to evaluate building permits that can look at that, like at the choice of the construction managers make about the scale of any one pour, or should we consider a fine for something that should have been predictable? These are the kind of questions I might have about this.
Colleagues, any other comments? Would staff like to respond to any of the questions or comments raised this evening? Charlie?
Well, I guess what I would say is I don't know exactly how many concrete pours they had at the Sherwin-Williams site altogether, because I only know about the ones where they requested a noise waiver. I know there were some where they did not request a noise waiver. They had indicated that they might need a final noise waiver on, I think it was May 26th. And then I didn't hear anything from them, and I inquired the next day, and they said, oh no, we finished that by 6. So they didn't request a noise waiver for that one. The ones that they did request them for were all due to delays in their concrete delivery activity during the day. And I would say that most of them I didn't hear about until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because that's when they knew that they were going to be going beyond 6 o'clock. One was actually due to a concrete pump that broke down during the day, and they had to repair it before they could finish, so that caused a delay. And another one, there was apparently some police activity along the route of the concrete trucks, so that also caused a delay. And as Councilmember or Vice Mayor Donahue mentioned, the work was relatively quiet. The last 2 hours or so, these concrete pours is finishing work, and that's all handwork done with hand trowels and things. For the most part, that was what occurred after 6 o'clock up until about 8 or 9. There were a few evenings, I think, where there was still some pouring a little bit after 6 o'clock, but most of it was the hand finishing work from 6 until 8. And I would just also note that staff never received any complaints from the public about any of the work done as a result of these noise waivers. So that's about all I have to add to this.
Great, thank you, Charlie. All right, colleagues, if there's no further discussion, we're going to close this item and move on to item 12.2. This is resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville in support of Assembly Bill 122, which is also about what we call the Idaho Stop. And who is going to be presenting on this?
I will.
Member Medina.
They've rebranded it as the Safety Stop for the California legislature. I've been interested to realize. There's been an effort, because I think the bill's failed the first couple of times. But let me give you a brief overview of what this is. I think everyone on council knows, but if anyone's watching. Idaho, or a safety stop, basically means that bikes can yield at a stop sign and must yield to pedestrians instead of having to do a full and complete stop. Now, this is in accordance with how most biking happens anyway. I think last time you heard from me on a bill, it was about jaywalking, which we all do. And pretty much everyone who bikes also rolls stop signs because of the effort that it takes to come to a full and complete stop and then to restart. This is a human-powered vehicle, and thus it requires more energy to do so. Also, it is not safer to come to a full and complete stop. If you are at a slow roll, you can better dodge traffic items or vehicles that might be not following the rules. So what's been found is in Idaho, which is the state that has had this bill in effect the longest, sub Ashby, there was a 23% reduction in collisions at intersections that had the safety stop in place. Additionally, there's 6 other states who have adopted this policy. It's a kind of a common sense thing for cyclists, because I think it tracks with our shared experiences. It's very common for cars to wave you on anyway. This is how the road actually operates. Roads are not built for cyclists. They're predominantly, unfortunately, have been built for cars. And so adding this rule of the road that does better accommodate the actual motions and experience of cyclists is great just for that reason. In addition to that, and this really ties into the work that we've been doing as a city council, this enables us to remove more cyclist and pedestrian interactions with police officers and decriminalizes normal road behaviors. As we discussed with the jaywalking bill, people of color, specifically Black residents of California, are significantly more likely to be cited for common road infractions than white residents. And so this, once again, makes the streets safer for everyone to experience in a multimodal fashion. The bill has been re-referred to the Committee of Transportation. It's got some serious momentum this time. I'd love to see our city join the chorus of voices in support of it.
Great, thank you, Member Medina. Are there any clarifying questions on the bill text or on our proposed letter of support, or on the resolution to make that letter signed? Okay, no clarifying questions. So Sherry, our clerk, are there any comments submitted on this item?
I see no comment cards and no raised hands at this time.
All right, I'll take a moment to remind the public that you would use the raise hand feature in Zoom to be recognized, or if you're calling in, please press *9. And seeing no raised hands, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. I want to thank Member Medina for bringing this item forward, and just say that I'm in full support. Colleagues?
Love to hear from Councilmember Bowders on this, because I believe he's been doing some work at a regional level as well.
Yeah, I would just echo everything that Councilmember Medina said. I don't need to explain the bill better than she did. The League of California Cities, this was on the Transportation Committee agenda. We had an hour-and-a-half discussion about the item. The League of Cities has opposed every prior version of the bills to allow for the safety and/or Idaho stop. It started as a one-man crusade to get people to vote yes. But I was actually really pleasantly surprised at the number of East Bay regional representatives who came on and spoke publicly then in support and talked about, yeah, as an older person coming to a full stop and trying to like restart kinetic motion, people stumble out at the start. They feel anxious to go through the intersection when it's their turn. I answered a lot of questions about what does a cyclist typically do at a four-way intersection stop. And on a vote of 22-7, we recommended approval of supporting the bill, and that'll be in front of the League of Cities Executive Committee on July 15th at their meeting in San Diego. And so I'm happy to answer any of the questions, but I think Councilmember Medina's covered it, and I just also support the bill. And if she'd like to make a motion, or anyone.
Thank you for that advocacy at the League of Cities. I can't imagine that started out fun. I really
yeah, you know, having been on the Public Safety Committee for a long time, it was actually quite nice to have a chance.
Yeah, to get a mayor to go your way, it's gotta be a fun feeling.
Yeah, it was kind of nice to have a chance to get people to agree.
Great. Well, yeah, then I would like to go ahead and make the motion that we approve this resolution.
I'll second your motion.
We have a motion by Member Medina, a second by Member Bowders. And I'll just say that my most dangerous time on a bike was coming from a full stop into forward motion with 1,000 other people during the LA Marathon. Went back in the day, they would let bikes go first, and it was havoc. There were just water bottles falling everywhere. And and I've been on a lot of bicycle adventures on busy streets and country roads and all over the place. And that was the worst thing I experienced on a bike. And all of those people knew how to ride bicycles, ostensibly. But we have a motion on the table. I will turn to the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders.
Aye.
Councilmember Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Pats.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. That passes unanimously. I don't see any department head reports listed for this evening, so that'll bring us to future agenda item requests from council members, colleagues. Member Bowders?
Thank you. I have 3, but don't feel afraid. They're all really minor, I think. The first is I received a request from a member of the AC Transit Board, member Javanka Beckles, to ask cities to consider signing on to a letter and or resolution supporting MTC releasing the federal funding for transportation dollars. And my commitment to AC Transit was to request that we schedule that for discussion. There's not a staff report necessarily to develop. I have the draft resolution. It's been sent to other cities in the East Bay. So if there is support for that, I hope we could just put it on the next agenda and have a brief discussion about that. So.
Yes, I see majority support for that.
Thank you. The second item is, and I won't go too far into it because I don't want to get ahead of Andrea, but she's like, what? We talked about this. Don't worry. We currently have a meeting scheduled for August 31st, and then we have a meeting on September 21st. And with the unfortunate and untimely departure of our friend, Councilmember Pats, that leaves 4 of us. And if one of us is absent, that requires apparently still all 3 of us to then be unanimous on anything. It's not like a 2-to-1 vote will pass something. And if there was emergencies, fire stuff, urgency ordinances, you'd need 4 people potentially to do things. I will not be able to be here probably for both of those meetings. I am working out something with my employer. I've been doing the same work for over 20 years. I'm working out something with my employer to allow me to take some extended leave where I will be off of technology, not even remotely accessible, and going away, to have some kind of recalibration before I start a new role in my current job. And there is a possibility that there's a very small window of time I could do like one consolidated meeting if that's of interest to folks. And so if there's an interest in just having a conversation about the calendar to prevent problems for the city council in my perhaps absence, I wanted to just see if we could discuss the calendar at the next meeting.
Is everyone on board with discussing the calendar?
Okay.
Very good. And can we mention the potential solution? Did you say that?
September 13th, I was just so people know, like a one consolidated meeting on Monday the 13th, since it would have to be a special meeting anyways, if that became workable for folks. And I don't want to presume what staff would say to that. I just wanted to put out there that would allow us to do all of our business with having 4 members at least. And actually that'll be it. That's my 2 items.
Okay, very good. Does anyone else have any future agenda item requests? Okay, seeing none, we can go ahead and adjourn this meeting. It is 8:10 p.m. And next up, we've got a special meeting, but I will wait for our city clerk to let me know when she's ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, good evening, everyone. It is 8:11 p.m. I'm calling to order this special meeting of the City Council of the City of Emeryville. Today is Tuesday, June 15th. And please bear with me while I review some introductory remarks. I'd like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to the Brown Act waivers provided for under the Governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. During the public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV channel 27 and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville website at emeryville.org and clicking on Council Agendas and Videos. Once there, you will see a link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's Zoom meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the Raise Your Hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda, as well as e-notification and on social media. This time I'll turn to the clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Bouders?
Here.
Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Pats?
Here.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. At this time, I will look for a motion and a second to approve the final agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Member Pats, a second by Member Bouders. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bouders?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pats?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Next up is ex parte communications, and I'd like to share that I have had a conversation with Nathan Tuttle from Lennar on this item. Member Medina?
Same.
Member Donahue?
I met with Nathan out at the site, and I have spoken with our Public Works Director and with Maru Desai about this issue.
Very good. Member Pats?
I too have spoken with Nathan.
Okay. Very good. No, we're on to Member Bouders.
I think this is where I chime in. I think it's not clear to me yet if it's this or at the next episode.
I wasn't sure either.
I think it's at both of them. I think I'm going to wait for the public comment and then I'll leave. But I, pursuant to the Brown Act and the Government Code and the Civil Code, I am recused from participating in item 6.1 due to the proximity of my property to the Lennar development and the PUD site. And I live at 4260 Halleck Street in the city of Emeryville. And so my property conflicts me, and I have not participated, nor will I participate in the discussion this evening. And that's been the case since the very beginning with this project. So I'm going to wait just so I can hear the open public comment, Madam Mayor, and then when we reach that item, I'm going to repeat that I'm conflicted out and leave this meeting.
Very good, thank you. That'll bring us to public comment for items not on the agenda. Now's the time for public comment. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to to items not on the agenda or on the consent agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press star 9. At this time, I will ask the city clerk whether any comments have been received via the online comment card or whether anyone has raised their hand to make audio comments. And I'll just note for the record that late correspondence is included with the agenda from the Park Avenue Residents Committee.
Thank you. There are no online speaker cards, but we do have one raised hand, which is Brian Donahue. Go ahead, please.
Okay. At this point in American capitalism, corporate entities should be considered bad actors, not operating in good faith. To the extent that the 5 of you believe what a corporation is pitching by you, just at face value, is to that I say, well, you're not doing the people's business. They're paid to lie. As a matter of fact, if they're not lying, they're not doing their fiduciary duty to their shareholders. I'm talking about corporations in general. They're here to make a profit, and I don't blame them for that. And so whenever there's a contest of the public commons, you just expect the private corporations to lie, and they're not to be blamed for it. They're doing their duty. The only time they have to tell the truth is when they're under oath, when they've raised their right hand and they're under oath. That's when they're under penalty of perjury. Other than that, you can count on. You just assume that they're not telling you the truth. So that leaves government to protect the interests of the people. So just bear that in mind when you make decisions. You're the last stand between corporate total hegemony and the people's interest. It's you people are the last stand in that equation. Thank you very much.
Right, seeing no other hands raised, and I'll remind the public that if you wish to be recognized, you use the raise hand feature in Zoom or press star 9. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. There will be another opportunity for comment after the item is called and after we hear the staff report and answer clarifying questions from council. So that'll bring us to item 6.1. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville finding that the trees on the west side of Horton Street from Sherwin Avenue to 46th Street are nuisance trees as defined in Emeryville Municipal Code Section 7-10.03 sub H. Member Bowders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Pursuant to the Brown Act, my property, which is 4260 Halleck Street, located in the city of Emeryville, is located within a distance of proximity to the Lennar project and the source of this discussion tonight for the resolution, so I'm conflicted out from participating, and I will be recusing myself from this item, and I would ask if the clerk would move me to the attendee box so I can just continue to listen to the meeting but no longer participate. Good night.
Good night, thank you. Sherry, are you able to boot Member Bowders?
I just did it.
Okay, great. All right, I will turn it over to staff for the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This special meeting has been scheduled tonight for you to consider this single item due to a change in circumstances at the Sherwin-Williams Lennar project, and specifically with regard to the trees on Horton Street. Our Public Works Director, Mary Grace Houlihan, has a short presentation for you tonight to give you an overview of what the current situation is with the trees and the basis for staff's recommendation with regard to the resolution that's before you. So we also have additional support to answer questions, and there are representatives from the Lennar team who can also provide public comment and answer questions this evening. With that, I will turn it over to Ms. Houlihan for her short presentation. Thank you, Mary Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight, as the city manager mentioned, just to give a brief presentation regarding the Horton Street trees between Sherwin and 46th. Next slide, please. This is an image of Google Earth of the trees prior to construction. Next slide, please. This first slide is reflecting the heaving of the public improvements that existed prior to construction, basically damage that was incurred in the public right-of-way due to the tree root systems prior to anything starting with the Lennar development. Next slide, please. As construction proceeded, it became evident that the root systems were not just heaving the infrastructure, but extremely shallow and significant root systems of the trees. And these images reflect what was exposed during construction as work began and as the concrete walk was removed. Next slide, please. So basically our recent information that we have gathered is the exposed root structures showing that significant structural root systems are very shallow and literally right under the surface of the concrete. We've also had the opportunity to have now the completed design of the undergrounding for the overhead electric lines, identifying the depth and location of the necessary infrastructure for the electrical boxes and the utility trench. We've also had the opportunity to review the means and methods for the construction of the electrical trench and to review the Cal OSHA safety requirements for deep excavations. Some of the excavations for this infrastructure are going to go to approximately 10 feet deep. And installation of shoring is required for safety under OSHA, and getting that in some of these tight locations behind the trees is rather challenged. Next slide, please. So the reviews that have happened have included site inspection by 2 licensed track certified arborists, the inspection by the city's contract arborist, both the licensed arborist by the developer's consultant as well as the city's contract arborist. A review of the public health and safety impacts by the public works staff, and those public health and safety impacts are the impacts during construction regarding the means and methods to install the infrastructure safely, as well as the health and safety impacts that would result before and after the trees, and the impacts due to the root systems and what they would cause as far as trip hazards, drainage concerns, and uneven roadway and curb lines. Then we also looked at an evaluation of the plans with respect to the OSHA safety guidelines, and we reviewed the options to replace the trees after the electrical trench is installed. One of the challenges we looked at was if the trees were to remain and allow construction to proceed, and then they needed to be removed after the construction of the trench was completed, it would be in a situation where we would have a live electrical 12 kV line as well as a live gas line, and that would, and the nature of how those facilities is constructed, they use a sand backfill, and when we would go to remove the tree after that trench installation, it would cause that trench backfill to fail, resulting in potential hazardous situation for the electrical and gas services, and it would limit our ability to backfill the area with adequate structural soil to accommodate a new tree. So that brought us to our conclusions as to, and our suggestions, recommendations from staff to move forward with removing the trees. And next slide, please. So we're asking council to consider adopting the resolution directing the staff to issue a notice to the property owner per our urban forestry ordinance that identifies these trees as hazards to be immediately removed and to be replaced subject to the UFO. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We do also have the city's contract arborist available for questions, Molly Batchelder, and the applicants, or the Lennar's arborist John Leffingwell from Bartlett Tree, also available for any questions.
Thank you. Now's the time for clarifying questions, colleagues. I'll recognize Member Medina first.
Thanks. Can you please provide some clarity around what are the replacement requirements under the UFO?
Yes, so under our UFO, there is a definition that, and I'm going slightly from memory here, but that once you remove a tree, it's to be replaced with a like perimeter, measured perimeter of the tree. If you can't replace that.
If I can summarize, I think it's the diameter of the trees removed have to match the total combined diameter of trees replaced, right? Not perimeter.
That may be correct. And then there's also a payment for the value of the trees as well. So it's a twofold piece.
Did that answer your question, Member Medina? Sure. All right. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Is the deepest part of this excavation where the electrical transformer is?
Yes, to put in the electrical boxes, that causes the deepest excavations. And then you have a transition of the conduit that come to and from those boxes. So it's beyond the exact limits of the box and extends beyond it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. I have questions for our contract arborist. Is that Molly?
Correct. Molly Batchelder.
Yep. Molly, can you unmute, please?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Molly. We've been on this saga with these trees for some time now. Were you the contract arborist back in 2018 and 2019?
Yes, we were.
Okay, very good. So can you remind me what the recommendation was on these specific trees in 2018?
That we felt that it was not possible to realign the pavement, and our recommendation was to remove and replace.
Very good, and that's for all of those trees that we're addressing tonight as well.
Correct.
Thank you. Can you also, I went and looked at the trees myself, and I had a conversation with Mr. Tuttle from Lennar, and he revealed to me that work that was done this past week exposed shallow root systems that were significant, and that affected the potential stability of the tree, but also not only the stability of the tree, but the ability of the trees to live past the work that needs to be done. And I was wondering if you could comment on that, if that's your assessment as well.
Yeah, that's our assessment. Now Emeryville has specifications that call for structural soil and a clean crushed rock layer, which makes it so that roots don't grow right at the interface between the pavement and the soil. What happens is that in previous times, roots were not able to get down into the ground. They grow in that interface, and then they lift up the pavement, and those are structural roots. So I was at the site the other day. I looked at the roots that were exposed, and all the structural roots are growing right at that interface. And it would be a very significant amount of root pruning to get the pavement back to grade again. I would think that the trees would all die due to that level of root damage.
Yeah, thank you. That was my understanding is that if those were all structural roots that needed to be pruned and moved, that the risk to the life of these trees was great. So thank you. Thank you for confirming that. Colleagues, are there any other clarifying questions? Member Medina.
I'm sorry, I've got another question about our urban forestry ordinance. And I apologize because I think this was a late agenda item, so I haven't had as much time as I normally would. Under the UFO, if once these trees are removed and then replaced, is the developer or the applicant still responsible for the new trees? Are they bonded for them? that they put in?
I'm happy to answer that briefly. Actually, these trees would be the responsibility of the property owner along this corridor anyway, because it's multifamily in this area. So they would be responsible for them. They are already bonded for these trees already. So.
Okay, so they still would be if they replace the trees. Just what I'm clarifying here.
Right, but those will be part of the construction, and so the construction, we would have a quote unquote warranty bond that would extend for these trees. It's not, you don't have a bond that's in perpetuity, but it is for, I believe it's a year after, and then the responsibility continues for the maintenance of those trees in perpetuity.
Madam Mayor, if I could make a recommendation, that question could also be posed to the representative of the developer, and they could explain their plan for replacing the trees. That might also assist.
I think that would be helpful because that's where my next questions were coming from. So I will, the chair will recognize Nathan Tuttle with Lennar, and if you could please share with us your plans for replacing these trees if they are removed.
Yeah, well, thanks, Mayor Martinez and council members and city staff. So pleased to be here this evening. Not pleased having to discuss this topic. We never like to remove mature trees from any of our developments if it can be avoided. But in this specific case, and in light of the latest information that we have with these root structures, it feels like these are just not going to survive, and I think that's the consensus opinion. Our goal is to fully comply with your urban forestry ordinance, of course, and to replace the trees with whatever the city's arborists would recommend. I know there's a couple species that have been kicked around as replacement types that might be amenable to the city. We're open to, species that you'd recommend, and we're also open to sizing. I believe the recommended size of replacement trees from both our arborist and the city's arborist was a 24-inch box tree, and there are several reasons why that size was recommended as far as how they establish themselves and grow more in a healthier manner than a more mature tree might. That being said, both of our arborists have said that larger box trees could be placed here if that was what the city directed us to do. So I guess we're open to it. Our understanding of the urban forestry ordinance is that we need to obviously replace the trees, and we need to replace the diameter of tree that was removed. And so if it was a smaller tree, like a 24-inch box tree that did not measure up to, the aggregate diameter of the number of trees that were replaced, did not measure up to the aggregate diameter of the existing trees, then we would be responsible for planting additional trees until we reach that aggregate diameter of what's existing out there today. So that's our understanding of how the ordinance works. So we'd be happy to plant smaller trees that are 24-inch box trees today and plant other trees in the city until we reach that aggregate diameter of what's existing today. Maybe that's, I don't know how many trees that represents, but we'd have to measure it all up once we get the initial ones planted and work with staff to make that happen.
Thank you, Mr.
So I guess
go ahead.
So we're open to working with the city on the right solution here.
Further clarifying questions? Vice Mayor Donahue.
Yes, this is for Molly. Are the existing trees root systems going down and getting groundwater? And this is what has supported the trees leafing out and growing, because they haven't gotten any, off-season water. Is that an accurate statement or perception about the, about how the trees have survived without watering?
Street trees are pretty amazing. Sometimes I see them growing in areas where I can't imagine how a tree would get so big and grow that way. I haven't done a serious like soil investigation in that area to find out where the groundwater is. But we do know that roots usually only are in the top 18 inches of soil because that is where oxygen is, and roots require oxygen to function. Under streetscapes, because there's so much compaction, they're again usually on the soil surface, and they get water from, you know, runoff and you know, whenever it rains. So I guess the answer to that is I don't know, but I would doubt if their roots are going down to the groundwater.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I've got another question for you, Molly. The difference between the 24-inch box and the potential for health for a larger box, is that, can you explain to us why in this particular instance one might be better than the other? I'm sure residents of that neighborhood would like to see more mature trees if these trees can't be saved.
Yeah, of course. You know, we do like to, arborists do like to plant smaller trees. Their root system is more commensurate with their canopy size, which means that there is less room for failure if there's any kind of irrigation breaks. Larger trees, their how do you say, the time when you can just kind of let them go, the establishment period is longer because their roots take a while to sort of catch up with their canopy size. Also, that if you do get larger trees, I would be mindful to get trees where you don't have to make larger cuts for clearance purposes. With young trees, 24-inch box tree, you can definitely provide the early structural pruning necessary and not make cuts that are over the size of your thumb, which means that the trees are going to close up that wound. There's not going to be decay entering, and the tree is just going to be a better overall specimen. Also, we do know that young trees do grow faster than larger trees do. You know, my father planted the El Cerrito Greenway, and he planted little seedlings and larger trees, and the seedlings caught up to the larger trees in time. But that being said, if the community wants to plant larger trees, I would suggest that you go to the nursery and select trees that you don't have to provide a lot of pruning for, a lot of larger cuts to be removed. You select very good specimens, very healthy specimens, and we just have to be meticulous about making sure that they're getting what they need for the establishment period, which could be, you know, 3 or 4 years.
Very good. Thank you, Molly. I hope you'll hang around because I'm sure there will be more questions and comments. Member Medina, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if this is for Molly or for the applicant or for both. Do we have an estimate of, if we remove the current trees at their present diameter, how many replacement trees do we think that's going to be in aggregate? Like, I know it's going to be an estimate, but I'm assuming there's an average circumference for a box tree.
It depends on the species, I would say. And I don't know the answer to that. I guess you would have to take all the diameters of all the trees. I think they're between like 6 and 7 inches. You know, usually a 24-inch box tree has a caliper at 6 inches, about, you know, maybe like 1 to 2 inches, I would guess.
Okay.
All right, if there are no further clarifying questions, I'd like to check in with the public. So check in with the city clerk and see if anyone has submitted an electronic speaker card first.
No speaker cards.
Okay, and then members of the public, if you're joining us via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to be recognized, or if you're calling in, please press *9 and you'll have 3 minutes.
And Jack, you may go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Jack, you might need to unmute on your side. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Start your timer.
Yes, this is Jack, elaborating on the letter that Park sent to you guys earlier. I just wanted to state that while we stated a strong preference for mature trees, in that I would go along with the arborist suggestion in terms of what trees are the best in the long run. That really is the ultimate goal, is to have really good, strong, healthy trees. And if getting more mature trees is a compromise for that goal, I would go with, getting smaller trees, if that's really the sounding thing. Because really the bottom line for us is to have very healthy, vibrant trees in the long run in the neighborhood. That's my whole statement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing, one more hand, Sherry, I see Mr. Donahue.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, everything that was reported tonight was known in 2018 when staff tried to convince the 5 of you to cut down all these trees. And you voted no. Everything that was presented here tonight was known then. There's not any new information here. And so, the audacity of this just shows how you're not being respected. The decision makers for the people of the city of Emeryville are not being respected here by this developer and by the staff. Other cities can save their trees, their street trees. Like in Oakland, right south of this project, they did a huge major project on Hollis Street, right south of the border, and they, much more invasive than this. And they saved the street trees there. They did undergrounding of the utilities, and they saved their street trees. Other cities, New York City, they saved street trees. They built skyscrapers. Other cities value their trees, just not Emeryville. Alameda. Go to Gibbons Drive. Alameda is known for its trees, and the trees are always pushing up the sidewalks there. I don't know why Alameda finds this so funny. Go to Gibbons Drive. The trees are beautiful, always pushing up the sidewalks. They're always replacing sidewalks. It's what you do when you have a beautiful city with beautiful trees. Across the street from this project, those trees are pushing up the sidewalk. We just replaced the sidewalk there about a year ago, and right up, maybe a year and a half ago. Within 6 months, the new sidewalk was being pushed up on just across the street from Sherwin-Williams on Horton Street. So that's what happens when you have trees. They damage sidewalks. It's what comes with the territory. So and the city of Emeryville planted the trees that are in question there. It was done by Charlie Bryant. He's the one that recommended these trees be planted after the first toxic remediation by the Sherwin-Williams, by Lennar, or not pre-Lennar, by Sherwin-Williams. So you guys planted these trees yourselves. Now suddenly they're no good. This whole thing is bunk. Other cities can do it. Why can't Emeryville? I heard the mayor refer to Emeryville a while back as the little city that can. But maybe we need to change that. Little city that can't. A little city that can't save trees. Go ahead and vote the way you're going to vote. Thank you.
All right, I want to start by responding to the speaker and just remind him that yes, a lot of these facts were known in 2018, including the arborist's report that we remove and replace all of these trees because of their health. There are new facts as well. We now know where the utilities are in the ground. We now know how we have to underground them and where the root structures are. We knew that there were shallow root structures in 2018. Now we know that they are structural roots, that if we cut into them, the health of the tree will decline and most likely die, creating a liability for the city. So we have gone through an exercise where from 2018 to today, 2021, a lot of people have spent a lot of time and energy trying to save these trees. And I was on the side of doing everything that we could, but now I'm on the side of having the healthiest, most vibrant trees that we can on Horton Street in the long run, as well as a nice flat sidewalk for our residents to walk on. But I'll let you know that sidewalks are not my primary motivation for how I'm going to vote tonight. It's for the health of the trees, and the undergrounding that we need to get done, also a safety issue. So let me indicate to you where I'm going to vote tonight, and I'd like to open it up for comments from my colleagues. Scott?
Right across the street, on the east side, our old Public Works Director, Maurice Kaufman, installed a sidewalk over structural roots just by putting it higher over it. What Maurice neglected to do in that case was put fiberglass rebar in the sidewalk that would have made it so the upheaval of the sidewalk wasn't so dramatic. It would in effect make the sidewalk less of a trip hazard. And you know, it does cost a little more to use fiberglass rebar, but it does reduce trip hazards in sidewalks, and you know, it doesn't rust, and it's a solution. And we could do the same thing on the western side here, over those structural roots, which we wouldn't touch. We would do the gravel fill and then put the sidewalk over the top. Yes, the sidewalk would raise up a little bit, but not above the ADA limit. And it would span all of those roots, and the roots would continue to get larger, and the trees would endure or not. They would be pruned as trees need to be. You know, they health. It looks like one of the 7 trees is pretty seriously ill, and it seems like we already should have trimmed that one. But the others seem like they're in good health right now. We could maintain their health by elevating the sidewalk in that way, just like it's been done across the street. And yes, in the future, these trees are going to get too old. We're going to have to replace them. But I think if we take this elevated sidewalk approach, we can have our future street trees survive as well. And there's only one part where the trench is so deep, and that's where it leads to the transformer box, and there aren't any trees directly related to that. And yes, there's some risks to what I'm suggesting, because we've never used fiberglass rebar on our sidewalks, but it's a minor risk, and we are the city of art and innovation. And I think this is a piece of innovation we should do, because our older neighborhoods with larger trees are something we find beautiful, and I think that we should put some energy into preserving this and increase our know-how on how to do it. And I think that Lennar can easily afford to do this. It wouldn't slow them down at all. They would just proceed, and if they had to cut through roots while digging their trench in the street, so be it. And maybe some of those trees would be damaged and have to come down later, and we have some of the trees being replaced, but probably not all. So you can see that I think we can save our trees pretty easily for the most part, and do what is good for public safety by doing active pruning, which we should be doing for all of our trees.
Member Medina.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to note that the city of Alameda had a very famous fight over cutting down all the trees on Park Street downtown. So to use Alameda as an exemplar of tree saving struck me as hilarious, because everyone got super pissed off at Alameda for cutting down trees in the middle of their downtown. Furthermore, yeah, I voted the way I did because there was a giant unknown in 2018, and it's where the roots were gonna be. And if the roots were structured in such a way where structural roots didn't need to be cut when underground utilities, phenomenal, we could keep the trees. That's why this council voted to do it that way. I went out to the site, as did some of my colleagues, and it's quite evident that the major roots are at the very top. And the problem isn't just about the sidewalk bumpiness, which is of course a massive ADA accessibility issue. The problem is also that they have to cut every single one of those as they underground the utilities, as this project requires them to do, which means the trees are almost certainly going to die. You can see it going up and down now that they've lifted up the sidewalk. It was one of the most compelling visuals I've ever seen, frankly, of why I have to do something that I don't really feel enthusiastic about doing. That said, I think it is a loss to the community to have mature trees removed. And so I've been asking the developer, what are other options we could have to bring more greenery, and whether that could be more mature trees, which I was prepared to push for tonight until members of Park, representing residents in that community, said they would prefer to go with the arborist recommendation. My plan had been to push for more mature trees to go in on that street right now. But I'm happy to defer to the neighbors that will have to live with that more directly. I would say my ask for the applicant would be to commit to, when replacing the trees and replacing additional trees to make up for the aggregate diameter loss, to concentrate their efforts in that neighborhood. So I understand we have at least 5 empty wells on Park Street as is. And I would also ask the applicant, because we're losing so much greenery for such a long period of time, if they would offer to increase the percentage of total diameter of trees that they're replacing by 50%. We do have 98 empty wells around the city. This could lead to a long-term, greener, more beautiful city.
Thank you, Member Medina. Any other comments? Member Pats.
So I think this was always the plan. I remember these conversations. I remember saying, unless we're strategic about where we put these lines, we're going to cut the roots, and these trees are going to be coming down, and that's where we are. And so I'm not surprised by that. I think the UFO does give us a roadmap for how we get out of it. I'm just frustrated because it feels to me that that's been sort of the nature of Emeryville is, there's a rule, but we'll get around it. And so, again, the UFO there's a fee, or there's a fine, and there is the need to replace those. So I think we have a chance to do it. So I think as long as they meet those two things, which they're required to meet, I could be talked into supporting Ally by getting it over 50% more on the replacement trees. But otherwise, I don't like the fact that we're going to say these trees are a nuisance when we knew this was what was going to happen. And this idea that the roots are by the surface, shocking, is when we know that's where roots are. Roots are by the surface. The arborists said that these are known facts. We keep acting like they are not there. We also had a general idea where the utilities were. So with that said, if I hear them, I have not heard the developer sign off on Member Medina's proposal, but as long as we get that which we're entitled to, which is the cost and the replacement of equal diameter, I'm going to go with. What I heard proposed was then an additional 50% of diameter. So I could be talked into supporting that. Otherwise, I think I'm with Scott. We've got to be a little bit more creative in how we deal with this solution.
Scott, you had more comments, but I just want to preface your comments by saying that if we deadlock tonight, the developer has the opportunity to go straight to our city administration and to ask for waivers from what we've asked them to do. So just put that out there. Scott, go ahead.
One thing I wanted to point out is we don't know the amount of roots that are growing where their proposed trench is. It doesn't look like that there's that much from what we saw, how damaged the sidewalk was compared to how undamaged the street is proportionally. So, like to assume that the trench is going to be killing the trees, I think is a not likely assumption. I think if you just look at the facts on the ground, my solution of having our sidewalks elevated over the roots is particularly looks successful in that we could even have permeable concrete that would allow the moisture to go through to the roots. And, the fiberglass rebar would prevent the trip hazards from doing it. And we're going to have to actively prune our new trees as well. So there might be, no difference in cost going forward. We don't really know. But what I think is we should err on the side of preserving our trees and err on the side of innovation to try to preserve the trees.
Thank you, Scott. I think I did ask this question under clarifying questions, but it doesn't hurt to hear it again from our city contracted arborist, Molly Batchelder. If we are to do the work that needs to be done for trenching of the underground utilities, what is the risk to these existing trees, and not just their overall health, but what is your assessment as to whether or not they will survive, Molly? Looks like Molly's on mute. I don't know if that's from our side or her side.
Sorry. Okay, so we're talking about the trench that is adjacent to the building behind the trees?
No, this is a trench in the street.
No, it's...
I'm talking about all of the utility work. When all of the utility work is said and done, if we are to keep these trees on the west side of Horton, what is the risk to the health of these trees?
Based on what I saw during the site walk we had with the city engineer and the developers and contractors, there is going to be significant root damage that's going to be required to put the vaults in, all the other utilities. You know, they were working their best to try to figure out a plan, but you know, it's you know, these are mature trees. You know, young trees have a lot more resilience. Mature trees, if you cut their root systems, you know, they're going to decline. They're what we call is they enter into a spiral of decline, and that's just how I see it. So. I don't think that it would be possible for them not to be adversely impacted to the point when they're gonna, you know, in 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, they'll be dead.
Thank you.
One clarifying question for Molly. Molly, do you know that the trench they're talking about is predominantly in the street? Only the transformer enters into the sidewalk area.
Yeah, correct. All I know is all the vaults and the trenches that they were discussing, that we were all discussing in relation to where the trees were, and it was my opinion that it was going to be a significant amount of root damage.
Because the roots go under the street in a significant way. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not talking about the roots or the trench in the street. I don't know what the situation is in that. I only saw what was happening, you know, on the pavement, on the, you know, sidewalk side.
Because they're proposing trimming the roots, but I'm just saying that, you know, the other option is to not trim the roots, is to span the roots. If the roots were spanned and not trimmed, would the trees have a shortened lifespan?
So by spanning the roots, do you mean potentially tunneling under the roots?
No, meaning that the sidewalk would be over the roots.
Oh,
not touching the roots.
Yeah, that's not my area of expertise. I would have to refer to the city engineers to see if that is a possibility to raise the sidewalk.
I have that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. I've got a hand raised by Mary Grace Houlihan. Mary Grace, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. So with respect to raising the sidewalk in this area, where it was able to be accomplished on the other side of the street, it is not a practicality on this side of the street. You have a few other considerations to take into account. One, the curb line is impacted, so we end up with a drainage situation, but even more of a challenge is that you cannot raise that sidewalk against the building that is the office building there. It will create a hazard to the building and will not allow the building to properly function. So it is challenging. There are a number of challenging situations here, and
I would defer to Molly again regarding some of what has already been experienced with damage that beyond the roots has happened to the upper limbs being hit by larger vehicles and causing significant damage to the trees as well. So there's a number of issues with these trees that are going on, and the challenge that we also were looking at from a city staff point is that if we do not take the opportunity to take them out now and allow for adequate structural soil to be installed and new trees to be planted, we won't have the same opportunity after all the utilities are in, because we will cause an unsafe situation against the electrical and gas trench. So there are a number of considerations, and honestly, staff did really try very, very hard to push to find a solution that would work, and it just became more and more challenging to the point where it wasn't in the best interest of the public to be able to do that. So that's why our recommendation is to move forward with removal at this time.
Very good. Member Medina.
Yeah, I have a question. If anyone knows what the diameter of the trees that are proposed to be removed are?
We can pull that up rather quickly. It's in the original 2018 report.
That'd be great.
We have a hand raised amongst the attendees. Didn't we already do public comment?
I believe this might be, and I could be wrong, it might be John Leffingwell, who's one of the consultants, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry?
This may be one of the consultants, I believe. There was a list provided to me, and one of them was John Leffingwell, and this is John, so I'm just making an assumption.
Very good. Go ahead and unmute, John. The chair recognizes John Lovingwell, if that's you.
That is me. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Just to answer Member Medina's question, a aggregate of 154 inches total diameter among the 16 Japanese pagoda trees proposed for removal.
Thank you so much. So given that there's 16 of those, and the average of a 24-inch box tree for Biomed was 1.25 inches in diameter, that's gonna take up 20 inches to replace those ones and leave us with another 130 inches. So that's 104 extra trees if they're all the 24-inch box trees. So apparently we could just replace all of our trees, fill all of our empty tree wells here.
I might add, I think an average, depending, as Molly indicated, an average diameter, depending on the species of a 4-inch blocks, I might say is 2 inches.
Oh, okay.
Again, it depends on the species.
So I might have been reading a different number from a different report. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that clarification.
Go ahead, sorry.
No. Okay, well that would get us 77 trees.
I was gonna say, if you need a moment to complete your math, I see a hand raised by Nathan Tuttle. The chair recognizes Mr. Tuttle.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. So just, Councilmember Medina, in reference to your proposal for diameter.
Oh, Nathan, you're cutting in and out. We cannot hear you. Nathan.
Yep.
Your reception is poor. Can you try stating that again?
Yeah. Can you hear me any better now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So we're not open to the 50% increase, the cost to plant these trees with your structural soil requirements is probably about $4,000 per location. So you're talking about, you know, a $300,000 solution for trees that are bonded at roughly $3,000 a tree. So, you know, 16 trees, $3,000 a tree. I should never do math online, but so I'm not going to attempt it, but call it 48,000. So that's really the extent of the issue here that we see. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'll direct this to the city attorney, but can you clarify the urban forestry ordinance? Does it require the replacement of the diameter of the trees and the assessed value of the trees being removed?
Yes, it does. If you're under the provisions where you apply for removal as part of a development.
Okay, well, what about this situation?
So in this situation, we are issuing a notice to abate a nuisance, and what the ordinance says is required action may include replacement or removal of the tree. And so
the monetary payment's not necessary, but the replacement of the tree is necessary?
Replacement of the tree is necessary.
And I heard Councilmember Pats mention the fine, and I believe the fine is applicable to our actions when we damage trees that are in place. Is that right?
That is, hold on just a moment, let me find that section really quickly.
Because I think we already cut one and killed it out there, so I'm sure the triple fine probably applies to that one.
The civil penalties are liable to the city for a civil penalty 3 times the replacement value fee of the tree.
So there's one that's already been killed, I guess, through our storm drain replacement. And I think that, you know, if you take the average value of that tree of $3,000, then we're due a triple fine on that tree, plus replacing all the other trees along that frontage is what we're asking for. Okay. Councilmember Medina, I'd be willing to plant the 5 trees on Park Avenue. Stay in the neighborhood, plant those 5 trees, and replace all the ones on the Horton Street frontage, if you're amenable to that.
I'd like to clarify with our city attorney, does the urban forestry ordinance under this situation require them to replace just the existing trees or the diameters worth of the existing trees? Because that's a lot of trees at this point.
So the ordinance doesn't exactly speak to the situation we have here, which is typically we would be going through the development process, in which case with the development process, just a minute, let me find it real quick. They're required to do you have replacement planting of several trees of equal cumulative diameter to the tree being removed. And then also so that is for when you're going through the development process, sort of how you determine the number of trees that are going to go in. So you can use that as guidance in this situation where we're abating a nuisance.
So is the applicant required then to replace the trees, not just a number, but in aggregate diameter?
Madam Mayor, if I could just, from the sort of code enforcement perspective, it says replace, the nuisance section remedy says replace the tree.
Okay.
Replace the tree. So the tree that's being removed has a certain diameter. It says replace the tree. So I think, as the city attorney was alluding to, we can use the other sections of the ordinance as guidance for how we interpret what replacing the tree means. But when a nuisance has been created, then the tree needs to be replaced. And that's the existing diameter from my reading of it.
Okay.
So that brings us back to Ally's math.
Comes out to 77 trees. Okay.
Ally, based on your calculations, do you wish to form a motion?
Yeah.
Giving her a margin of error within the map, does city staff support her conjecture? The idea that it's going to be a number of trees to be replaced to get to 20 inches.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following.
So,
it's 154 inches.
Yeah. So, if at 150, do they need to replant 154 inches worth of tree? Is the question I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. And at 2 inches per tree, that's a lot of trees. Is that accurate? Because the cost is not the purchase of the tree, but it's the implantation of said tree, which we just heard Mr. Tuttle say is not in their plans.
So I think if I understood Mr. Tuttle correctly, there were three things he identified. One was the replacement of the trees. The second was payment. And the third was the 50% increase. And he had asked about the 50% increase.
But even if we take that off the table, without the 50% increase, we're at 120 inches of tree to be replaced. I'm sorry?
154.
154, thank you. I should write that down so I don't get that wrong again. 154 inches to be replaced. And that works out to, let's round down to 70 trees, which puts us at $210,000 of cost. Maybe 280 if it's 4,000 per tree implantation.
Okay, so we're following the process that's laid out if we were to go to the Planning Commission for a tree removal permit.
Is that the right process to follow here? Sorry, I'm not recognized. This is Nathan Tuttle from Owens.
And that's my same question, Mr. Tuttle.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the process that we're going to follow, we'll just withdraw the item tonight and we'll just proceed with construction, and the trees are bonded and we'll just, you know, replace the trees as they're damaged. I mean, that's literally what the options are. I mean, that's where I'm at. So if this is the direction we're headed down, we'll just withdraw the item tonight. We'll just proceed with construction. Because we bonded the trees for the cost of the trees that are there, and we'll replace them as we go.
Member Medina.
Mr. Tuttle, I understand. I was trying to get to the exactly what our ordinance says part of this conversation, because I think that's—
Me too.
So yeah, it seems like we were coming at this, we're both trying to figure out what's the deal. So your offer is to replace those 16 trees and an additional 5 on Park Street.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, and so those are the options before our council to consider at this point. Curious to hear the thoughts from my fellow council members.
We make out better if they are bonded at.
We don't get the additional 5 trees, right?
Madam Mayor, I do guess staff would also just like the council to consider the long-term prospects of that reach of street and having healthy trees planted there that can survive, you know, for the long term and thrive I think is what we're trying to bring forward and what's the best way to accomplish that. In addition, to the extent there can be other trees that are replaced and add to the urban forest, I think that is part of the policy of the urban forestry ordinance. But we just would like the council not to lose sight of the long-term health of that reach of Gordon Street.
Thank you. Member Medina.
I will say that it had not occurred to me until we got into the nitty gritty of tonight that there would be, 100, that many trees involved. I don't think that had really occurred to anyone and doesn't seem particularly feasible. I am interested in moving forward with replacing the trees so we can have a healthy urban forest and accepting the offer of 5 additional trees on Park to better the greenery in that neighborhood.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, just a second. Is that a motion, Member Medina?
That's my motion.
That's a motion, and so it's the resolution plus the 5 trees. Okay. Member Pat.
So, just before Adria, so if the trees are bonded at $9,000 a piece, if I heard correctly, right? If they just damage them, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The average value of the trees was $3,000 a tree in the report from Molly. Yeah.
I think where you're confused is if they kill the tree, they have to pay 3 times the cost of the tree, which is what brought it up to 9.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have further comments, Member Pat?
No, I'll second the motion.
Okay, very good. We have a motion by Member Medina, a second by Member Pats. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Bowders is recused from this item. Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
And if I may, I hope I'm not out of order, but I think this is the last time I'm going to call for Councilmember Pat's vote. So I just want to say on behalf of the clerk's office that we've enjoyed working with you as a candidate, a council member, and a mayor, and thank you very much, and we'll miss you. And now, if you could give your vote, please.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
No.
And Mayor Martinez?
Aye. And it wasn't unanimous, but we all got through it together after years of deliberation. And on Member Pat's last item, we had to make it spicy. So thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. And this special meeting is adjourned at 9:17. Thank you, everybody.
Everybody, it's been a joy.
Have a good night. You want to show us your home improvements? Looks like a big empty room.
Oh, it's a big empty room, and then lots of construction debris. But it's all. I won't take the world on a tour of my house, but the bathroom is coming back together. So, but it was it never had a nice place to live, but now it's going to have to be nice for others. You should come over, Diane.
I'm vaccinated if you need help painting, so.
That's done.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
I miss you, Councilmember.
Good night.
See you on Monday.